Almighty God, who in thy wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of rulers and parliament for the welfare of society and just government of men, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servants, whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this land. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this house assembled. Grant us that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner, to promote thy honor and glory, to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this country, and of those whose interests thou hast committed to our church. Amen.
Correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 13th March 2023.
Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of Monday, 13th March 2023 is before us for correction and approval. And any honorable member please move a motion for the correction and approval of the said record of votes and proceedings? Any honorable member? Honorable member for Jara West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sittings of Monday, 13 March be considered and approved. Thank you.
Honorable members, any seconder? Honorable member for Upper Nyumi.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I rise to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 13th March 2023 be approved. Honorable members, you have copies of the record of votes and proceedings. As usual, we will look through it page by page, and then you will make your comments and observations. Beginning with page 1, Honorable member for Latrikunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Page 3.
Page
3.
We are on page 1.
Okay.
Move to lower gear. On page 1, no comments. Page 2. Honorable member for Upper Nyumi.
Honorable Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, yesterday, on the attendance list, I saw that they wrote my name, Honorable Omar Dabo, Opanyomi, in bracket, they put there, majority chief whip. But today, I'm seeing Honorable Semansao, minority chief whip, but like mine is not captured, I don't know.
You mean your title is not stated? Yeah, thank you very much. I understand. Table office, please note. No, well, it's good that we state who you are, not only by consequency. If we hold any portfolio, we can include it. Table office, are you noting? Any order on page 2? We move to page 3, Honorable Latrikunda.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Communication from the chair. The Honorable Speaker delivered a statement, but I didn't see any statement as evidence that the statement was delivered. Thank you.
The statement was circulated to members. And if you look at the next one, number 2, Honorable Omar Dabo, member for Upper Nyomi, moved the motion, and it was seconded by the member for Tumanna, but the motion is not stated. So it's a summary. What it indicated is that the Honorable Speaker delivered a statement. Now, I think the statement was circulated to members. Am I right, table office? You want us to include the statement, Honorable Member?
It should be included.
That's not usually the case when we write minutes and proceedings of the Assembly. You get the details from records, from Hansard, and from what is circulated to you. Minority, are we on the right track?
Yes. Speaker.
Honorable Member for Same?
Yeah. I don't see the statement. It is not. Let me see it.
All right, those who don't have it, you can just be in contact with the office of the clerk or the table office. You get your copy. Yes, Latikunda?
This one also be very clear, and we have a norm. You know, this is an evidence that proceedings happen in this National Assembly. However, in the future, somebody want to make a reference to this proceeding. Do we need to tell that person it has been sent to members' WhatsApp group, or it has to be part of this evidence, a prima facie evidence that meeting was held in this National Assembly? Let's be very sure, please.
But if you observe it, Honorable Member, we don't make details of what the proceedings were here. Nowhere have you stated that. I just gave you an example of number 2. And if you look at all others, members are asked to make references to the required places to get the information. The transaction, if we want to write everything that is said as part of proceedings, I think we will spend the whole day in trying to correct our record of votes and proceedings. Because it will mean that we have to be stating whatever is said. Because what you say during the sessions, we don't write it. So what I say also is not written. It just made reference to this man responded, this man moved motion, this man delivered a speech. That's the procedure. Honorable Minority Leader and member for Bikama North.
Honorable Member is talking about president or something like that. Yes, I think that's the right track that we are following. If you can observe, this is the first time that the Speaker is making remarks when matters of importance arise. So there had not been any point in time. The copy of those remarks are being given to the members. But if you go to the Hansard, the detail will be there. So that's where we can make reference. So for this one is very specific. That's why the copy has been circulated to members, but it doesn't have to be reflective in the minutes. It can only be made mention that he read it. Then the detail, the copy has to be circulated to the members when it is very, very important. Or otherwise, it is going to be in the Hansard records.
Thank you very much. Most of what we do is on record. Even if you cough, it is on record. You can get it. Members can go, as he said, you just go to get the details of whatever you want to know. Are we on the same page, Latrikunda? Okay. Page 4, we now move to page 4. Page 5, honorable members. Member for Combo East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on page 5, Roman 2, my title for within the committee, I'm not the vice chair, I'm a member of the committee.
Can you lead us to the place? You said Roman 2, and then
Page
what?
5, Roman 2, the second paragraph, at the invitation of the Honorable Speaker, Honorable Abdul Sow, member, Combo East, and vice chair. I'm not the vice chair, I'm a member.
Noted, honorable members, is member for Combo East, and a member is also a member of the committee, huh? Am I right? Noted. Any order on page 5? Honorable member for Jeswang.
Thank you, Speaker. On page 5, number 5, the following members participated in the debate. Number 5, Mohammed, they only put Mohammed, and the country represents the constituency. So look at it properly.
Okay, it's noted Mohammed Kante, and the constituency is Busumbala. Thank you. Page 6. Honorable member for Jarol.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I participated in the debate, but my name does not appear. Page 5.
Page 5 or 6?
Both 5 and 6. My name is not there.
No, you lead us one by one. We are now on page 6. Are you making reference to page 5?
Page 5, yes. Yes, please.
Yes, page 5. You mean on the debate?
Yes, yes, please.
The following members participated in the debate.
Okay.
This is the debate on the trade issue, am I right?
Yes, please.
You participated on the trade issue,
Yes, please.
and your name is not stated.
Yes, please.
All right? Let's take note. If I understand you, are you saying the same thing for the debate on the local government amendment?
No, I'm referring to trade.
Only the trade?
Only trade, yes.
Okay. Any more on page 6? Move to page 7. Thank you very much. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 13th March 2023 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala, I saw your tag.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Motion. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Order 53E and 68.2 of the Standing Orders, I rise to move that the bill entitled Local Government Amendment Bill 2022 be committed to the Committee of the Whole House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala. Any seconder, Honorable Members? Honorable Member for Bununga Kunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Honorable Members, if you recall, the Local Government Amendment Bill moved by the Honorable Minority Leader and Member for Brikama North was referred to the ABC Committee, and it has been moved and seconded that the said bill entitled Local Government Amendment Bill 2022 be committed to the Committee of the Whole House. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. The bill is hereby committed to the Committee of the Whole Assembly for scrutiny and consideration. Thank you. Clerk, can we move?
Laying of papers and report of the Select Committee on monitoring the implementation of government project on visit to project sites 2022 by the Honorable Chairperson of the committee.
Honorable members, may I now invite the Honorable Chairperson of the committee to table the report of the committee. Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, the Honorable Clerk, and thank you very much, the representative from the Ministry of Works. The report of the Select Committee on monitoring the implementation of government projects, oversight visit to project sites across the country from 17th to 25th October 2022. Chairperson's forward message. The Select Committee on the implementation of government projects registered its appreciation to the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly for providing the logistics and support staff that gave their best to enable the committee to complete its work. This has invariably contributed to enabling the committee to perform its responsibilities as mandated in Section 109 of the 1997 Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia. The committee is also grateful to the Ministry of Works, National Roads Authority, and to all its contractors, consultants, and engineers for the great commitment, consistency, humility, and professionalism displayed in clarifying and acknowledging all the observations made by the committee during the process of gathering this information. The committee is equally grateful to all the stakeholders, witnesses who took time, energy, and effort to demonstrate competence, dedication, professionalism, and objectivity in giving valuable evidence which enrich the content of this report. Finally, the committee wishes to commend all the honorable members for demonstrating a high sense of commitment and dedication throughout the service. Executive summary. The committee, supported by a technical team from the Office of the Clerk, visited various projects, particularly those committed to the National Roads Authority, through the Ministry of Works, through the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure. These projects included the 84.5-kilometer Nyomi Hakalang Road, or loop rather, the North Bank Roads, Lot 1 and Lot 2, the Sankandi Karantaba Kia West Road, the Battle Harding Road project, 50-kilometer urban roads, the BANJUL rehabilitation project, and the construction of the OIC Radisson Blue Hotel. On each project mentioned in this document, and information on the contractual agreement, parties and durations are reflected. This shall include the name of the contractor, project design and features, engineers funding authority, level of progress, contract duration, etc. The committee's general observation and recommendation follows the description of the project. However, there are numerous challenges hindering the progress of the work in most of the sites. One of the biggest challenges highlighted in this report, gathered from almost all the road projects, is the late disbursement of interim payment certificates, IPC, to the contractors and consultants. This lapse could lead to the incompletion of works beyond stipulated time. Other crucial challenges include lack of mobilization at certain site camps. In fact, other projects such as the Sankandi Karantaba roads lack site camps. Additionally, it has been documented that some contractors are seriously underperforming, especially on the 50-kilometer urban roads, which is the OIC project, and Hakalang roads or loop. However, there are some progress registered, especially in Lot 2 of the North Bank roads and the widening of the Battle Harding project, even if it might be slower than planned. That said, this report shall therefore seek to inform the National Assembly on some of the government's capital projects, their level of implementation, financing features, challenges faced by the contractors and other officials, lapses on the implementation and financing of this project. Furthermore, the report shall seek to advise the National Assembly and the Executive on the steps to be taken to ensure sound and sufficient coordination, implementation, financing, and evaluation of projects. Introduction. Monitoring the implementation of ongoing government projects is crucial to effective and efficient governance, since it is the responsibility of the National Assembly to appropriate funds and approve loans for facilitation of these public projects. It is as well essential that the status of their implementation is tracked and assessed. This shall help advise the Executive on the possible steps to improve on future projects. This report reflects the findings the committee made from 17 to 25th of October 2022. During this visit, the committee was led by officials from the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure, National Roads Authority, contractors, engineers, and consultants. This tremendously helped in production of this material. Mandate of the committee. The committee is established by Section 109, subsection 1, paragraph E of the 1997 Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia, and draws its mandate from Standing Order 97 of the National Assembly. It is entrusted with the responsibility of exercising the functions of the National Assembly in considering and advising upon all matters connected with government capital projects. Delegation, Honorable Yahya Sanya, the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Sirif Sar, vice chairperson, Honorable Kebaro, member, Honorable Yunisaba Enba, member, Honorable Alfusen Sise, member, Honorable Mfamara Sabali, member, Honorable Kemo Gassama, member, Honorable Seni Jawara, member, Honorable Abdulanjai, member, Honorable Tamsir Cha, member, Honorable Keba Kisani, member, Honorable Musa Cha, member, support staff, Mamadou A.M. Ba, committee clerk, or Mobudi M.A. Ba, committee clerk, Fatou Jiba, committee clerk, Ami Baro, researcher, Ibrahim Assise, IT communications. Objective of the visit: to monitor all capital projects of the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure and its agencies such as the National Roads Authority. Assess the status of implementation of these projects. Note some possible discrepancies and shortcomings in the construction side. Assess the procurement process that leads to the award of these projects. Examine the project management structures. See firsthand the quality of works on sites to verify whether the projects are within budget time and specification, to see whether the contractor have done their corrections during the defect liability periods. The methodology that the committee subjected itself to. During the tour, the committee utilized various strategies, mechanisms, and methods to monitor and evaluate the ongoing projects. These methods include meetings at various site camps and strategic work sites. These meetings were preceded by a tour of sites and construction areas where the committee noted their observations and reservations. Throughout the process, the committee was led by officials from the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure, the National Roads Authority, project contractors, consultants, and engineers. Moreover, honorable members also review project documents and engage contractors and consultants on the ground to ascertain the level of progress and materials used compared to what has been documented. Those are pictorial informations. The Nyomi Hakala loop. Honorable Umar Dawa, I'm sure you should pay attention to all details and explanations as far as this is in your jurisdiction. Project information, contracting authority, Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, executing agency, National Roads Authority, engineers, Pan-Arab Consulting Engineers, joint venture with PACE. Contractor, CSC is the contractor. Contract period, 26 months. Effective commencement date, 20 October 2020. Contract completion date, this cannot be specified for the fact that the contractor was not sure when shall they complete the project. That is because lack of payment of interim certificates. So the contractor and the consultant are not sure when will this project be finished. Who is funding the project? Government of the Gambia. This is not a counterpart funding. This is 100% funded by the government of the Gambia. In other words, the money is drawn from the local GLF. Physical progress. You can go over the physical progress so that I don't waste time. You look at the financial progress. You look at the challenges. Challenges that is important. Number one, late payment of interim payment certificates, the impact of rainy season, the difficulty of obtaining bitumen from Senegal to the project site. No prior feasibility study was conducted prior to the commencement of the project, and this has created numerous variation order for the project. This should not have been no prior feasibility studies. No proper, I'm sure that was a typical error. It should have been no proper feasibility study. Of course, there was feasibility studies, but it was not a proper one. So this text should have been no proper prior feasibility studies. No, it has been conducted, not that it has not been conducted. It was not just a very good one. Not bank lots 1 and 2. Project overview. The contracting authority, Ministry of Works as usual, executing agency, National Roads Authority, engineers, Pan-Arab Consulting Engineers, joint venture with GAMEX. Contractor for Lot 1 is Areski, and Lot 2 is CSC. Financing body is also the government of the Gambia, 100%. This project is not also a counterpart funded project. It is funded 100% by the government of the Gambia from the GLF. Contract value, you can also go over that. Contract duration, length of the project, work progress, and overall progress. You can peruse that by yourself. All the major works for section 1 and 2 are completed pending the application of the road markings. The 16-kilometer, when the project was, during the execution of the project, there was an addendum, that's what has been mentioned here, 16-kilometer addendum, overall progress 90%, means the addendum has also gone up to 90%. The remaining works, you have perused that by yourself, that's page 10. The road, page 11, you can also do that by yourself. So we all look at the challenges, that's important. So you hear that. Delay in disbursement of interim payment certificate, difficulty in transporting bitumen from Senegal, difficulty in carrying out works at the sites during the rainy season. What is uniform, what is constant is always the lack of payment of interim payment certificates. If I give you work, I'm not paying you, you don't expect me to do the job. So this is something that the honorable members should take note. It's constant, it's uniform on all the projects. Any projects we go, okay, honorable members, I will want to refer all of you to the findings. Hence, each one of you has copy before you, so that we don't waste the time of the plenary. You can go over the findings by yourself, while we go straight to the recommendations and our observations.
Can you refer us to the page?
We are going to page 22, then up to page 23. This is what entail our general observations, our conclusion, and our recommendation. The other findings, I refer the committee to, we discuss, see that together, peruse it together, please. Committee general observation. Delayed disbursement of IPC's interim payment certificate on most of the projects. I said this before, this is constant. This is so consistent in all the projects we visited. Increase in the scope of work in certain projects, leading to variation order. That is, the contractor has started work, and the scope of the work, I mean the commitment to the work, the contractor will do more because probably the consultant has seen certain things. That always leads to variation order. Anytime there's variation order, mean the capital for that project will have to increase. Absence of work plan in certain projects, such as the OIC Radisson Blue Hotel projects. This makes it difficult to track progress on the work plan. When you contracted a contractor, a consultant, the first thing it's or she's supposed to do is the work plan. Work plan will enable you to track the progress of the work. This has not been manifested in some of the places we visited, especially the OIC Radisson Hotel. Lack of proper project management team in most of the project areas is also a culprit to that, the OIC Radisson Blue Hotel. High expenses on project vehicles. We realize that sometimes it's unacceptable the amount of money used to purchase for project vehicles. This is something that the committee also observed. Lack of transparency in the award of some projects procurement process. There are some projects, the procurement process were not very clear. Price escalation clauses make government to lose a lot of money on many projects. Non-establishment of site camps in some projects, especially the Kia West Loop. Lack of proper and conclusive feasibility studies in some project areas, Hakalang, the culprit. Most projects stop during rainy season, and rainy season is part and parcel of the contractual duration. Part of our finding, which was so disturbing, is the contractors folding their hands together, demobilizing their equipment for the fact that it is rainy season, and rainy season is part and parcel of their contractual obligations. Inadequate material and equipment on site. Most of the contractors are given this contract when they don't have the sufficient equipment or the manpower to do the job. It has also been realized that some contractors are seriously underperforming. They are not doing anything at all. You are given a contract of 14 months, 12 months elapsed, we are still less than 2%. This is seriously an underperforming contractor. 14 months contractual duration period, 12 months elapsed, you are not still up to 2%. Conclusion. Continuous tracking of progress in the implementation of government projects through gathering of systematic information on delivery of targeted outputs and other variables. Likewise, an independent evaluation of these projects to determine their relevance, efficiency, effectiveness, impact, coherence, and starting ready in the prerequisite to good governance. That government projects are always intended to improve lives and livelihood of the citizenry. It is therefore envisaged that this report, in addition to all other parliamentary scrutiny on the performance of government projects, shall ultimately lead to efficiency and judicious use of public funds. Likewise, ensuring that projects are timely with good specifications and sustainability. Recommendations. Transparency in the award of contracts. In fact, we may want to go with these recommendations as resolutions of this National Assembly. Transparency in the award of contracts. 2, the award of any contract to a foreign firm must be in joint venture with an active local construction company. We've seen the trend of awarding contracts to foreign nationals, to foreign investment, or to foreign firms, and this is not good for our economy. Our economy is losing because these foreign investors will have to siphon everything back to their respective countries. So it is high time that we start to empower our local investors, our local farms, and our local contractors. Even whereas a job that they cannot do, there must be a joint venture with these foreign farms, not the foreign farms taking everything outside the country. No contractor should be awarded more than 2 concurrent projects, except when that is not clear. No contractor should be awarded more than 2 concurrent contracts. Actually, what we tend to say here, no contractor should be given 2 contracts at the same time, especially when it worth millions of dollars, when other contractors are there who can be able to do. Serious underperforming contractors should have their contracts terminated. The public-private partnership for the construction of the OIC Radisson Blue Hotel should be reviewed, because this is the contractor. The president has laid the foundation stone for months now. The level of progress is still not more than 1%, and this is very serious. This is an embarrassment to the executive, this is an embarrassment to the National Assembly, and this is an embarrassment to the whole Gambia. Project signed, contracted, awarded, and the foundation stone has been laid for months now. The progress is still less than 1%, or exactly 1%. All project sites must have a visible work plan. I said that before. With the delay in the disbursement of interim payment certificates, government must complete all locally funded projects before venturing into other locally funded projects. This is very right, and this is very true. We have bite more than we can chew as far as our local funded projects are concerned. This is why we have hundreds of interim payment certificates lying for all those contracts. So therefore, it is wise, it is prudent for the government to finish what you have contracted before you commit yourself to another contractual obligation. Government should expedite the payment of compensation to property owners. Of course, most of the OIC projects affected properties, and the properties owners are complaining that they don't get their money. So we advise the government to expedite that process so that properties owners can get their compensation package. The Ministry of Transport, Works and Construction should consider engaging the Gambia Police Force and the Gambia Armed Forces engineering units for certain government projects. In fact, this is the trend. This is the trend in most of the countries. If we are going to be realistic, this is going to save government a lot of money. This is going to empower our armed forces and police engineering units. So we will advise the Ministry of Work, in fact, with a resolution to make sure that the Gambia Police and the Gambia Armed Forces are engaged for certain government contracts so that we can save money. If the contract is 50 million, and instead of giving it to this conventional contractor for 50 million, if we give it to the armed forces or police engineer units for only 25 million, the other 25 million can be redirected and recommitted to other government infrastructural interventions. Gambia consultant and contractors should be given preference in the award of contracts. This is something that has to do with their tender documents. We want to make sure that Gambia contractors and the Gambia consultants are given preference in case there is work, and those works that they can be able to do, I don't think they need to compete with foreign firms. Honorable Speaker, that's the end, and I beg to move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Latrikunda and Chairman of the committee. Any seconder honorable members? Honorable Member for Kansala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second the motion and also wish to continue my debate, if I'm permitted.
Yeah, you can continue.
All right, thank you very much. I thank the committee for a brilliant job and the support.
Honorable Member, just a minute. Honorable members, if you want to participate in the debate, just raise your tag. Continue.
All right, thank you very much. I thank the Committee on Monitoring for a brilliant job, and also the clerks and whoever with the Ministry of Transport and also NRA. Honorable Speaker, it is time we take issues of projects seriously, and the report that is before us has emphasized a lot of areas of concern in terms of key various interventions that could change the status quo of some of those projects to start in time. We could realize that there are areas where there are lack of feasibility studies that they assume as a committee. If it is done, it will change the status quo. And also, the late disbursement of interim payment certificate. These are key concerns that really affects the fundamental moves of those projects. And if you could look at the various objectives of the committee, well articulated, and it's in line. In respect of the objective, page 5, one of it says, see first-hand quality of works on the site. I believe this is the only way that we could be informed. We could put those tests in various project holders if we are on site. And the committee had the utmost best to go into various projects. They've seen it for themselves, and they've did a lot of recommendations so far the project area is concerned. There are other projects, for example, the Hakalang Road, where the commencement date was given, but the project consultants will not tell you when would the road finish. Are we now saying this road will continue to be a road that nobody could imagine when? Every project has a beginning and an ending. So if they cannot determine when that project will end, it means we are in crisis. So I believe we could work in unison to at least follow this, for them to give us a befitting ending period of these projects. If projects are open like that, it means, I think, we should look how do we award those contracts. Are they fit for purpose? Can they carry the job? These are things. If you award me a contract that I cannot do, I think it's better you could be able to see, put streamline measures to see who do I award and when. And also, a lot of those projects, you cannot tell me, I cannot specify when would I complete this project. A project worth in millions, you cannot tell me when would it complete. I think we need to put a test to this, either laws or penalty charges or key stringent measures or recommendation that will be able to end this crisis. This is a crisis.
Can I observe you, please?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I just want to observe one thing here. On the Hakalang Road, there is an end of project time being stipulated. Yes, they have gone beyond the time, but there was a time given. There was a start date and also an end date. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. As has specified by the report, it specifically said, this is why I quoted. So I think put your house in order, unspecified. So these are issues that I'm reading directly from the report. Thank you very much. And the other thing also, I want to ask this. We and Senegal were neighbors. If you go to page 11, Ida Hakalang, the Sankandim projects, it says difficulty in transporting bitumen from Senegal. What we want the committee to help us here. What difficulty or challenges do they face? I think the government should engage the Senegalese authority to see the needfuls that need to be done in solving these issues. If this is also a major problem that we do face, it means our neighborhood with Senegal is a big question mark. You know, they cannot take our feces and other issues easily. When we go onto their issues, it has to work with proportion. So I believe there must be something that will assist us in this area. And Honorable Speaker, if I then move to the last page that the committee had raised, that is the committee's general observation. I am in disagreement with one of the committee's latest proposal that no consultant or a company be given more than 2 projects. It depends which company. Are they able? Would they do? Do you do the proper measures, checks and balances to make sure you give that particular company? If you have one that cannot even do this, but if you have one that can do even 3 projects and they are sincere, they can do the thing, I think the issue here is proper screening should be done. So I am not in agreement with the observation or the recommendation of this committee that insinuating that at least a project one should be given each. I want to differ in that particular line. Honorable Speaker, projects, as we've said, it is part and parcel, the GLF, 100% Gambian. So I think the onus is on us to make sure we follow the root nodules of these projects. And we set measures that will determine. And again, also, I concur with the recommendation that government, if you are a project in Sankandi, work towards finishing that particular project before you go to Hakalang. If you have a Hakalang project, work towards finishing it before you go to Nemasu. You cannot be hitting left, right, center, as if then the other side is not finished, the other side is not completed. Where are we landing ourselves? At the end of the day, where they've started their work, the roads is off way. And if you look at the quality of those roads, it's a big question mark. So I think monitoring committee work on this will come with proper resolutions to make sure we guide the Minister of Transport and NRA to make sure they solidify these grounds. You could be labeled and say, I have initiated 10 projects, this road, this road. It takes 10, 15 years or 5 years to complete those roads. What is the essence? So I believe, I think we should take ownership of making sure if projects are in line, we work towards solidifying those projects. Work a project, finish it, go to another project, finish those particular projects, but you lay foundation stone, foundation stone, foundation stone, you not even see the completion of those projects. Where are we heading to? And this is our taxpayers' money. So I believe we need to work in uniform, and I also congratulate the committee for their foresight. And it is us who will make this happen. We need to put pressure on these two institutions to make sure they adhere. And it is your money, my money. So you cannot be, putting monies at the end of the day, you don't even see any progression. Or rainy season comes now, you realize that this halfway road is gone, the other road is also taken, a project that is ongoing. So you tend to question the quality of those roads. 1 year in the line, you see all roads are off. So I therefore submit my addition to this project. And I believe we could be. The last thing that I want to mention, Honorable Speaker, I concur with contractual, the Gambia Armed Forces and the police. Sometimes you see the way they use them, and they are dumped. Why? Because a project like this, if they have engineers, some of them has degree holders in those fields. So if we use them, it will be able to a befitting force that will change differently. Some of the schools that are built is built by the Gambian Armed Forces and the Police Engineering Unit. A lot of projects. Let's engage them. We have to put pressure in those agencies to make sure they recognize their performance. If only if we knew, we'll see a lot of changes in that. But if we give a further, they can do whatever they like, no pressure is done. So I am in agreement with the committee's recommendation that the engineering unit of both forces should be committed and should be given a chance to perform their role. Without which, if they are given a chance, you could see a lot of changes. They have qualified personnel. If they are equipped, we will realize that a lot of funding that we do into those sectors will be history. But we will only be concentrating on whatever foreign companies. It will not work well. We have to change the narrative. It is high time for us to involve our own people. The engineering of the Gambia Armed Forces and the police is a core mandate. So I am in agreement of that particular recommendation. And I think also the last, number 9, page 23. Government should expedite the payment of compensation to property owners. You cannot destroy my house. At the end of the day, payment is a problem. Where do I live? And it's happened. Tomorrow, next tomorrow, 1 week, whatever, we have taken this, we are taking these details. Yes, still the guy is circumambulating around looking for compensation. Either a project comes, you have to do proper feasibilities. If cash is not there for you to be able to do this, try to see measures before you start, destroying public properties. But I also want to put this to the Minister of Local Government and Lands, the survey unit responsible for these surveillance. Let them make proper pegging to areas in terms of infrastructure. If you leave it, next 10 years, another years will come again, we will be destroying. So some of the roads that we think people have not settled, let them make enough pegs that shows that either you are going in or off the road to make sure history will also avoid us in paying compensations. So I believe these are some of my contributions that I wanted to add. On that note, I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kansala. Honorable members, I now put the question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the report of the Select Committee on monitoring the implementation of government projects on visit to project sites 2022. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. I will now open the floor for interventions by honorable members. Let's try to reflect on the standing orders and avoid unnecessary repetition on one thing. You would say it 10 times. I now invite the honorable member for Upper Nyomi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, let me first of all seize this opportunity to thank the chairperson for laying this report and also to thank him and his entire committee for carrying out this important job on behalf of this August Assembly. So, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I will start my intervention with the Hakalan Road, as it was said by the committee, that the contract did not have any specified period for completion, which really goes against the statement of the committee itself, saying that the contracted period is 26 months already, and the actual time for the completion for the commencement of the contract is 26th of October 2022. Despite this has been elapsed, but there are arrangements already have been put in place, and there's a stipulated period for the completion of the contract already. We know. So I don't know where do you got this information. So I just want you to clarify and tell the people that, you know, what exactly is happening. And also, Honorable Speaker, I think we have to commend the government of the Gambia for the first time using local fund to construct our roads. From the independent to date, government of the Gambia has been depending on grants and loans to construct our roads in order to alleviate the suffering of our people. The government of today is coming up with this good initiative of committing GLF, Gambia Local Fund, to construct our road. We should commend them for that initiative. So that should not be a problem. And in their reports, we have found that almost 70% of the project site you visited are 100% funded by Gambia government. Not a loan, not a grant. That's really commendable. Honorable Speaker, I also want to, I don't want to take much time of the Assembly, but I just want to go straight to the recommendation that has been said by the committee. Yes. Honorable Speaker, the recommendations and the observations that have been highlighted by the committee, I think they are both commendable and need to be supported. And also to put an emphasis, like where it's been said that the award of any contract to a foreign firm must be in joint venture with an active local construction company. Honorable Speaker, this is really important because that's the only way we can build the capacity of our local contractors and to strengthen them. Otherwise, there is no company in this country that has certain capacities to carry out certain jobs. So in order to bring them up to that higher level, they should be motivated and they should be supported by making sure that any contractor is going to be awarded to a foreign company, you have a local contractor, active contractor partner to carry out a job. And number 10 of their recommendation, the Ministry of Transport, Works and Construction to consider engaging the Gambia Police Force and Gambia Armed Forces engineering units for certain government projects. You know, Honorable Speaker, this has been the trend of the world. When you go to Europe and America and other parts of the world, you know, their militaries and their police are responsible of government projects. They are building the roads, building schools, building hospitals. Why don't we do the same thing in Gambia? So that we retain it. The amount of funding that is going to the least foreign companies and the contractors. We all know the value of certain materials, but like when you give it to this contractor, they just, you know, escalate the price anyhow they like. And normally, you know, you see it yourself, you know, this thing is not really normal. So the only way to go to avoid it is to support our engineer unit of the armed forces and the police force. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, I think this is what I have to say as far as this particular report is concerned, and I submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Opanyomi. I now invite the Honorable Member for Lower Fuladu West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. First and foremost, I thank the committee for the good job that they have done for going around and then monitoring government projects. But to my understanding, there are other projects that are under government, especially under the Minister of Youth Sports. There is a project in Fulabantan, the mini stadium. You people could have visited there. There is a project with the PABI 4. It's a government project. The people of Sankulekunda, 4 years, they have nowhere to cultivate rice, all because of a failure of a project. And these are important areas that you could have visited. Notwithstanding, I join Honorable Opanyomi for commending government for the first time since 1965 from the national corpus that the government of the Gambia is able to fund some roads. And then your tour have revealed that 70% of those visited projects are funded by government. This is just telling people how active and how concerned the government of the day is concerned about providing road to the people of this country. Without wasting most of the time, I want to go straight to the recommendations. This is about the award of contract to foreign firm must be in joint venture with active local construction company. I think we have to understand that we are awarding contract for a purpose. The moment we start thinking like awarding contract, also thinking of getting back the fund into this country, that is going to compromise. Because this is what exactly happened in some contracts that are given. The level of the competency of the engineer personnel is not up to standard. So if you think like that, you are trying to stop those highly profiled engineers that have repeated character in the job that they are doing. So if you do that, you are compromised. And most of the money that we are issuing out, we are issuing it for a purpose. So we want value for money, not about looking the gains that are coming. Because most of the projects that are failing, this is the dimension that people think. And I think that with this recommended, for me, I feel that let's give the due to the devil. Who can do it, we do it, because we are awarding the contract because we want something. But it's better than you out contract, trying to compromise on the level of the contract and the repeat players. You will not get the desired thing that we want. So here, when we are awarding contract, let's look at the one that definitely can do the job. We give it to him, because it's not about the economic that is coming back, but it's the service that we want. We want good road, and we want to give it to somebody who can construct a very good road, irrespective of where you are. Because if you do that, it will definitely compromise. And then I also agree with recommendation number 10. That is to say, the Ministry of Works to try to work with the police and the army, their construction department, so that it will make, in fact, cost effective. It will also have its play, and that will also develop their technical capacity. So I quite agree with this thing, and without wasting time, I really thank the committee for the brilliant job that they have done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Fuladu West. Honorable Member for Brikama North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to join my colleagues to thank the committee for monitoring the government projects across the country. And I also note the observation made by the Honorable Member for Lower Fuladu. The committee should have taken note of all ongoing government projects and make sure the report on all projects that are under construction or have been constructed. This is what we expect of them. Honorable Speaker, many instances, if not all, I observe the committee gave progressive report on the nature of the work. However, the aspect of the condition or the quality of the work is what perhaps the report has not portrayed that to us to know exactly what is the opinion of the committee regarding the quality of the work. Most of them are government-funded projects. We want to know whether the fund that we allocated had been judiciously used. We don't just want to know or hear. Yes, there's a road at somewhere, there's a road there, but what are the conditions and the quality of those roads? This is what is important. We have seen instances when roads be constructed just 5 years, it will appear there is no road constructed. And you want to talk about it, it's no talking point. Next time, project monitoring, when you go all out, I don't know what you are going to do. That's why we suggested, Honorable Speaker, they need to have equipment that can do quality testing of the nature of them, because we cannot rely on these consultants. When somebody reported a contractor and the consultant are very close, if they are too close, you expect that consultant to do justice to his work in consultancy. We tend to doubt. Next time, if you are reporting, please report on the quality of the work. I saw the one that is just inaugurated, and I want you to go back and look at the quality of that work. The quality of that work. Honorable Speaker, many a time roads are constructed, but what are lacking to make those roads durable is the drainage aspect of it. And this causes havoc. Instead of trying to address our communication, but rather they tend to create havoc for the community during rainy season. After construction of the new road, the next rainy season is going to be flooded all over. It's happening in the combos, in the rural areas. We expect it to happen when there are no proper drainage system in the roads. The committee need to look into that aspect. If the drainage are part of the contract, whether they are properly done, that should be put into consideration in order to protect the communities during the rainy season. Award of contract, you claim no transparency. How did that happen? What was not transparent? Did you dig into the manner in which the contracts were awarded? If you can tell us there is no transparency, give us the evidence. What went wrong? We want to know. How were those contracts awarded? What are you claiming were intransparent? We want to know. I think there is somehow fishy in this kind of statement. Matters of awarding contract are something that the Assembly should be very serious with, and the committee should be very serious. If contracts are not awarded properly, you don't expect proper work to be done. So where we should put focus to start honestly at the point of awarding contracts. Are proper biddings taking place? If yes, and if no, why? And you make a recommendation. But to say transparency is not there, I think that is not helping. On the issue of Akala Road, if you mention that the contract completion date unspecified, no, it is specified. The duration of the contract is 26 months. Let's just admit that there is delay in the progress, but the specification is there. We are told of the commencement of the work that's supposed to be 28th October 2020. We are told that the contract duration is 26 months. That's precisely 2 years, 2 months. By that should have ended December. Now we are in March. There is delay. The specification for the ending of the contract is quite obvious. What is not there is delay in the progress of the work. And Akala Road is very, very important to the Gambia. Our tourism, if we want to diversify the industry, we should now move from the greater Banjul to the rural area. And the immediate one for that matter is Akala. We've been talking about the Kunda Kente Island. To access that island, that should be our heart, very close to our heart, is the Akala Road. We are very particular. The fifth legislature, when this bill came to us, the loan came to us, we did not hesitate to approve it because we were all eager to see that work to be completed. If the contractor is delayed, is telling us that for the ending, it's unspecified. That's information. There is specification. We want to urge the committee to put pressure so that work can be completed. Recommendation has been made that contracts that are not progressive should be terminated. I believe this one is one that I will also recommend to be terminated. We are not joking with Akala Road. If the contractor is not serious with the work, something has to be done. And of course, the recommendation that you have made, I will open that recommendation with Akala Road. I will call for the termination of that contract. North Bank Road. There are 2 roads, slot 1 and slot 2. We've been informed for slot 1, 100%. I believe that's the one that has been opened by the president. That means we are rightly informed. However, I'm concerned about the quality of the work. Go back and look at it. The quality, we should be well informed, not just the completion. The next one is the lot 2. Progress 63%. If I'm talking about the insidiousness in Akalang, there was maybe the worst one has to come, which I will come to. The second one is this road. 63%, the progress of the work. The recommendation that you have made for the termination, can you please put this one there as well? The construction of Batil Hadin Highway, phase 1 is 14 kilometers. the duration supposed to be 14 months, from April 2022 to May 2023. We just have 1 month, barely 1.5 months to go for the completion. And look at the pace of the work. Are we anticipating that that work can also meet the time? The committee, what is your take? Personally, I've been going through that road. I am not expecting that road to be completed by May 2023. And it is upon completion of this work, the second phase is supposed to start in June. If this one is delaying, we're expecting that the second phase is going to inherit the same delays. And this work is very important. These are something to do with the OIC. So therefore, the contractor that is in charge, it is from the National Assembly. We are saying that by May 2023, we expect, I don't know whether you are going to work day and night, make sure May 2023, this work is completed. So that by June, the second phase can commence honestly. The urban road project. This is the 50-kilometer urban roads. The GPPC urges one to Joko Johnson, Carnifing Hospital to Battle Hardin, to the Estate Road, the Bundung Highway, Carnifing Hospital to GTMI, Karaba Avenue to BANJUL Serekunda Highway, and Karaba Avenue to BANJUL Serekunda Highway. The project consists of 11 roads, and then, Honorable Speaker, effective duration of the contract is 14 months. The effective commencement is starting December 2023. That is the effective commencement of the work. However, the completion is February 2023. We are told that the progress of the work or works is 3.5%. Something that should be completed this month or last month. And the progress of that work is 3.5%. Okay.
Yeah, we are not on the same wavelength. Sorry, we are not in the same wavelength because you are reading something and we don't know we have the same. It's talking about 7.2 and you're talking about, you direct us. Which page are you reading?
Okay, I'm reading page 18, the top. Continuation from page 18. On the summary of Lot 2. You've seen it? Yeah, that is to say the progress of the work is 3.5%. And when the project is supposed to complete, 12 February 2023. We should not hesitate to recommend this contract to be terminated. It has to start with this one. This one should be terminated. What we have open for recommendation, this is the first one we will recommend for the termination. It's a joke. And we are not entertaining any joke in any project that we have put, especially the government-sponsored projects. We are not taking them lightly. Honorable Speaker, having made that observations, and then also those recommendations, Once more, I will thank the committee for taking their time to go through and then inspect this project and then report back. But next time, make sure you have your gadgets, you have your instrument, do your testing on the quality of the works. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bikama North and Minority Leader. I now invite the Honorable Member for Lower Salum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Before I submit, I am a member of this committee, Honorable Speaker. But before some members come, the amendment that we want to make an amendment of the recommendations. That's page 23. 4, no contractor should be awarded more than 2 on current project, except when you are not performing. When you are not performing. When you are performing, yes. That amendment that we want to do, was the member for Fonyi Councillor make that submission. And Honorable Speaker, I must thank the office of the Speaker.
Sorry, are you making a proposal to the amendment?
Amendment, yes, yes.
Huh?
Yes.
A proposal to the amendment of a text.
Yes, to make an amendment, yes.
I think that should be done by the. You should have corrected that.
Okay, yes. But I'm a member too.
All right. What should be the what should be the amendment? Which section?
No, but don't
page 22. You said.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Is it page 22 or 23? Page 23, number 4. You mean? Except when no contractor should be awarded more than 2 concurrent projects, except when the contractor is performing. How would you know that he is performing when he is not awarded?
To me.
Anyway, what we can do is, if the committee is making that proposal, we insert that, and then members can critique it if they need to. So let's get it, except when the contractor is performing. Am I right? Except when
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, you can continue.
Yeah, don't worry, we work with the chairman and make an amendment in writing. Yes, Honorable Speaker, and I must thank the office of the clerk through you and the committee clerks and the director of committees to facilitate our trip to this site visit. And most especially thanking the committee members and the chairman. Good job that they have rendered to the National Assembly for this report. And Honorable Speaker, I just want to make some adjustment on the issues that members raise here, especially awarding these contracts. Honorable Speaker, a member for Upper Fladu West, Lower Fladu West, he mentioned Party 4. Honorable Speaker, yes, it's true. The Nyanta lead, the project was given to him by the agriculture, which now for years or decades, still now the project is unfinished. And this contractor is not a Gambian, Honorable Speaker. The reason why we brought our local contractors, 12% of our GDP, 89% of our GDP is all going out. And these monies that are paid for these contractors, at the end of the day, they don't do the justice to the Gambian people. This 5-4, I also recommended we terminate all his contract. And, Honorable Speaker, this Parliament, if we pass resolutions, we have to stand by that resolutions. We cannot only bring reports and pass it, then at the end of the day, we leave it as it is. Then what's the essence of passing those resolutions? If we want these people to make an impact, anything that we said here, we make sure it stands. But it cannot come and go like that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this 5-4, he was awarded this OIC contract, while there is a pending contract, which the people of Nyantanles are suffering, and still now is incomplete. Even 2% of the contract doesn't even goes as we expected. I also recommend we terminate his contract. And Honorable Speaker, before we lay these reports, we went for oversight, like the North Bank Road. And the minority leader said it's 63%. We have to terminate that contract. Before we lay it, this was before we lay it. But after, today it has progressed to a level where now we expect, and now I'm just coming from there, it's 89% or 90% of work done, especially the Jimbala Kirkendu roads. In fact, it's 90% done, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, the way we out contracts, where they out contracts, we are not there. But to make an emphasis on this thing, we make our resolution here by the technical, them to understand how to award this contract. Because most of contract or contractors, the way minorities say it, because there's nothing holding them. If you fail to deliver, at the end of the day, we will just negotiate you to finish it. But I must thank the government of the day today also too for this local funding. These monies are taxpayers' money. So we have to see this taxpayers' money make an impact for our people. But we cannot pay monies for foreign contracts. At the end of the day, they fail to deliver. Why not then we use our own contractors, our local contractors, to build that capacity? You cannot give contracts to foreigners when you have your local contractors. At the end of the day, you said they don't have capacity. Test him or her. Give him the technical know-how, or give him the resources. Let him start what you are expecting. All these monies are going out. Means our economies, we are building for the foreigners, not for our own people. Honorable Speaker, we have to build our own local contractors, because if they fail to do it, we will know that they are our people. They are trying to do it. But you cannot just say they cannot do it, they cannot deliver. Test them and see. I'll just get an example. Guy Construction, the BANJUL project was pre-financed by Guy, and he's a local contractor. And he delivered well. He delivered well, because today, what we have seen in BANJUL, you compare it in 2016, 2015. You understand? So, but then for us, we don't believe ourselves. We believe foreign people. Whether they have the technical know-how, they can even bring with a document that, in fact, doesn't belong to them, a fake document. They will bring to us, then we agree that you can do it. We have to believe ourselves. Honorable Speaker, if we want to build this nation seriously, we have to believe ourselves. Honorable Speaker, and again, these roads also are not first-class roads. Honorable Speaker, the minority leader said we have to get tools. For me, if you give me tools, how can I know this is a first class or second class? I am only advised by the people that we believe that we put in office. These are the elderly people. They can tell us this is the quality of the road that I'm going to believe on. But I don't have that experience that giving me a tool as a minority leader, go there and check whether it's a first class or second class. How can I know it? I must bank on the technology that we put in office, that are paid taxpayers' monies, to tell us whether this is right or wrong. But if they give me the Hakaran road, the quality is 100%, I would say yes. I would say yes. Honorable Speaker. You know, when we are doing things, let's do it in the right way. Basically, I am somebody who doesn't compromise the reality. Them that who are paid every month taxpayers' money, you feed yourself and your family. Make sure that there will be a day you will be account for this, whether we or in the day of judgment. You will be account. Then do the right thing. If you do the right thing, then you are fine. Honorable Speaker, we must engage our armed forces to go to Rwanda, Uganda. I was there in 2019. They engage their own people.
Honorable member. Honorable member, if I heard you, I think you said you are a member of the committee. And the report table is a reflection of it's owned by the committee. And your chairman led us through everything that you are saying about what the committee thought and reported to us. And you are taking us one by one into the same details. I don't think you are fair to the assembly. You could have had the chairman to clarify issues as members make allegations or have concerns. You could clarify. But the report is owned by you. The chairman said it all. Your write-up said it all. You are coming again on the same report, saying the same thing, basically. Can you visit that again?
Thank you. Today I came the same school from, we have been, go to the same school with you today, Honorable Speaker, because essentially, that's what the member of that tribunal said yesterday, that no member, if at all you brought your report, you to interject to visit your report, you yourself said, he's a member and he's entitled to say anything what he wants. And you say it. Yes. I'm just trying to adjust things.
Honorable member, yes, I said it, and I stand by it. Members who are part of the committee have a right to contribute. I'm not denying that. But your contribution should not be repeating what your chairman has said. You should help your chairman to clarify concerns raised by members. But you are taking us into the same thing. Even the standing order does not allow repetition. This is what I'm saying. I'm not saying you should not contribute. There are members who may contribute, who will contribute, but I'm saying that you cannot take us back to the same thing. This is what I'm saying. So I don't belong to the same school with you, and I don't pray to belong to the same school with you. Can you take the floor, please?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, Honorable Speaker, then, as you said it, it's my own report, and I'm not going against my report. I just trying to emphasize and adjust some things. But that be the case, today you are my teacher, the same school. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Let me re-echo and re-emphasize, Honorable Members. I am not saying that members who belong to the committee cannot contribute to their report. But if your chairman, on your behalf, lays the report, he talks about the issues, unless you want to put more clarity on those things, or to clear doubts that have been coming out, going back on the same thing, why, I think the chairman will have delegated the powers to some of you to play the table. And I had one thing, Honorable Minority and other members. You see, I think the emphasis there is very good. That's the quality of road you people are talking about. But remember, road design also you should follow. Road design. Because roads have various designs.
There are some roads, their design is such that within 5 years they will die out. There are those that will last for 10 years. There are those that will last for 20 years. So the design of the road is key. And if you are going to impact more on this thing, I think we should try to encourage the government to design roads that will last long, rather than spend a lot of money and then the road design is short. So, but the design is important. Honorable Member for Kiang East. Kiang East is out. Honorable Member for Bufumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I thank the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Yasanya, for laying this report, and equally thank the committee members for giving us this purposeful and educative, report. Why I say so? Because road projects are meant to effectively contribute to enhance our life and livelihoods. A proper monitoring of Committee of the National Assembly will no doubt contribute to this purpose. As we say that, we appreciate the government for taking the decision of locally funding some of these roads. But we equally demand that funds that are mobilized for this purpose to be directed into risk and make sure that roads are constructed in a way that it will serve for a purpose. We cannot undertake major or different several roads just to give them, very inferior quality jobs, and at the end of the day, it fades out 1 or 2 years. So we equally challenge the government to be very much careful in the way they go by this thing. We have seen now there are so many lanes of stones in the name of constructing roads in this country. We appreciate it, and this is what we expect from any serious government to do. But what we can appeal to the government is to make so that, let it be standard and serve for the purpose. Equally, the committee did give us a general observation in which they referred the fact that the delay in disbursement of IPC interim payment certificate on most of the projects contributed to significant delay of the roads. We are saying every contractual agreement between the contractor and the whosoever is contracting party needs certain agreements to be in fulfillment before undertaking such contracts. We may not in any way cast blame on the contractors if the people who contracted them to perform a particular function did not disburse funds to them, or they delay in disbursement of funds. So we equally asks that that is a concern, and any serious contract that the government may undertake with contractors, they should factor all these things to be met. The absence of work plan in certain projects such as the OIC, this OIC Renaissance Blue Hotel project, significantly is foreseeable that it will have a delay because we all know the history of that land, still a subject of litigation, or just litigation has been ended in favor of a private person who's been denied by government, and that is not right. So automatically for me, I foresee the delay in this respect because anything the government intends to put public fund into must show that that place is, is very clear, has no encumbrance in any way, so that tomorrow the third party may not successful in their litigation to retrieve that property that government or public fund has been spent into. I proceed to the recommendation. Recommendation 1 of the committee is transparency in the awards of contracts. We are saying clandestine way of awarding contracts should be a history in this country. Single sourcing and all whatnot, all major contract, I suggest the committee to, make it one of the conditions that the plenary will take as a resolution to make sure that all contracts, major contracts for that matter, before being awarded, contracts in the respect of road projects that worth billions, to be a subject of parliamentary approval. That is my opinion, and that's my suggestion to the committee. So, the reason why I say that, we all heard what had happened in BANJUL project. People are saying it is clandestinely been awarded. It is single sourcing. And as a result, there are different opinions on that respect, even though the contractor is doing well. As far as I am concerned, there is never a single Gambian contractor who have undertaken such a major project. So, but then, if the contract procedures went in a very, clear way, and he get awarded to that contract, it will reduce that tension of, accusations within the public domain. That's what I'm saying. So next time, Mr. Chair, please put it in your recommendation. Let it come, we resolute it so that major projects like that should come here for our parliamentary blessings. Okay, I equally want to talk about the quality, the roads that runs from Airport Junction towards Senegambia end. As a resident and also an MP around that Yarambamba towards Yundum area, airport area, we indeed very much glad that is a project that definitely, undoubtedly will uplift the life and livelihood of Gambians if get completed. But like the minority leader said, we are very much concerned about the delay of the project, simply because if you are keen listeners of the radio stations of recent, there are so many casualties that are happening at that area, leading to loss of lives, 3 to 4 within these 2 weeks that had happened around that area. But it happens because the pavements of the roads, there is this long line where the electric poles are. There is no other demarcation that will see to it that, there will be some short curve from one place to another. And also, you cannot understand, there is no indication of any trafficators, lighting system that has been there for now. So, but then we appeal that whosoever is the contractor or the government should make sure that, those things will be put in place so as to avert what is happening at that area. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I once again thank the committee for the report. Hence, it is very informative, and we, as a National Assembly members, will take it from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Busumbala. I now invite Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I want to join my honorable colleagues to participate on the issue before us. First, I want to thank the chairperson of the committee and all other members of the committee, including the support staff, for coming up with this report. I think this will at least give us a brief information of what is happening with all those projects. The fact that it is funded by our own money, it is not borrowed anywhere. I think it is important that the committee takes it very serious upon themselves to know what is going on within those projects. What I have not seen in the report is an explanation that is given with regards to the delay of the payments, that is the IPC, interim payment certificates, because they are saying that these are challenges that are resulting to the delay of work. But also, something I have not seen in the report is the causes of the delay of the contract of the project itself. Because if there are certain areas in Lot 2, there is total resistance as far as I'm concerned, because I was working with them. I resigned from GAMEX before coming to the National Assembly. So there was total resistance from the public with regards to demolitions of sites, which was also causing delay in the project, and I have not seen it in this report. So if you are looking at some of the causes, it is also important that you capture that so that we will start coming up with things that would at least change the trend, because we have to consider public interest before our own interests, pro bono publico. We cannot be resisting demolitions which will be causing delay to certain contracts. If you go to Kaur, the road that connects Kaur to Jimbal, there was total resistance from kilometer 0 to 2. The people living in that area don't want their houses demolished. And this is one factor of the delay of that project. So I think the committee should have taken upon themselves to also look at the issue of demolitions, which is causing delay of the contract. and not only the interim payment certificates, because you cannot pay what is not done. Somebody made mention, the committee also make a very good recommendation. I wouldn't have loved to comment on that, but because the trend in which we are taking it, I would like to put my blessing on it, which is the Ministry of Transport, Works and Construction should consider engaging the Gambia Police Force and the Gambia Armed Forces engineering units for certain government projects. I think it's very important. But then, when we were approving the budget, did we consider also empowering the engineering unit of both forces? No. You see, we have to start investing on our production sides. Let us make sure we improve the capacity of those engineering units in both the Gambia Armed Forces and the police, so that whenever there is open tender of contract or whatsoever, they can also submit their bidding documents. But how can you bid for a particular contract when you know that you don't have the requirements? It makes no sense. I think before we start putting blame on the ministry, we should also take it upon ourselves to see that both forces are empowered, so that they can also use those powers to also bid for contracts. But if you don't give them the tools, the materials that are needed, they don't have the material capacity to bid those for certain contracts. Go to both forces and ask them if they have 2 bulldozers or 2 graders. They will basically tell you no. So what should we do at the National Assembly is we try to improve the standard of both units so that they can take up this responsibility, which will help us at the end of the day. So about the delay of contracts because of this resistance of demolition, I'm urging the National Assembly Select Committee to also contract physical planning, Department of Physical Planning, so that they can also use or take those powers that are vested on them to make sure that, when places are needed for construction, people have to just vacate, for the interest of the country. This is also something that is very, very important. And I think the committee should also look into those issues. Most of these contractors, they are pre-financing their own projects. We have to, to understand that in the Gambia is a tax-based economy. And if we are funding certain kind of projects, we have to understand that, sometimes there might be delay in payments. Because we collect and spend. If we don't collect, we cannot spend anything. So basically, that is why the contractors themselves will take it upon themselves to pre-finance some of these projects. Especially in Sabasanja. People are saying, the road is the road is well constructed. The progress of work is done because we, the people of Sabasanjal, have never resisted for demolition. We allowed the government, we allowed also the contractor to demolish, awaiting what? Compensation. You cannot say you must compensate me first before demolishing my property. You allow, the contractor to demolish whilst you await compensation. And that is what we have looked at it as our own interest. So we work together with the contractors. Myself, I took it upon myself to also go to sites with the contractor, with the consultants. We also talk to people, convince them, they allow the contractor to demolish and go ahead with the work for the interest of Sabasanya. But people will say, no, if you allow the contractor to demolish my property and construct this road, tomorrow, one day or the other, the government of the day will use it as to gain politics. This is what they are saying. And that is the reason why you have delay in other sites. We understand that this is for the benefit of Sabasanya, and we allow people the contractor to demolish whilst we await our compensation. Yesterday, I was at the ministry just to, make some follow-ups about the compensation. And I got very good news that, they are working on it. I, in fact, found them tabling it before their permanent secretary to make sure that, the payments are done. One day or the other, they will pay them. And we are now using the road. We are enjoying it. So let nobody stand here under this plenary and say the road is no. We are enjoying it because we have been suffering. So we have to thank the government of the gate. It's our own money. So I'm so happy about that. Also, they have also touched about the side ditches, which is also important because, I want to thank the minority leader who, talked about the side ditches on those roads. Actually, we have some villages that have the side ditches constructed and the others not yet. But then they are still there and the contractor is still there. They have not yet, demobilized, so which means the work is still ongoing to complete other necessary things. And also the president have made it clear during the inauguration ceremony that if there is anything that is coming up which needs to be developed as per the road, let's just contract the contractor and the consultant and then the work will be done, which we are very happy of. So we want to say a very big thank you, to the committee. Definitely they have done justice, but the only thing I am not happy with is that they should have addressed the issue of resistance caused by people, which also, causes this delay of this project. In a nutshell, Honorable Speaker, I want to submit and say a very big thank you to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal. I now invite the Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Good time. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to join colleagues to thank the committee for taking time to move from Parliament to various project sites, and having done that, join together to craft such a good report for us. I am very happy that it has been highlighted by various speakers that 70% of the project sites visited by the committee are 100% funded from the GLF. And I want to thank the government for that, as previous speakers alluded to. But then I want to remind them that commitment of fund is one thing, but doing the right thing is another thing. Where you put in funds, you can commit the fund, yes. But is the right work being done? Is it being done at the right time? What is the impact of that implementation on the life of the people, even during implementation? We are experiencing some of the flood cases in the country here, which are due to the construction of roads. We cannot say no to development projects like road construction, particularly when it comes to road construction in any part of the country. No single constituency or National Assembly member should think the road construction that is going within your constituency is for you alone and the people of your constituency. That is the lowest level of literacy. National fund has been spent on this. Every single person, the construction going on in Kia West, people of Willie have right to scrutinize and see whether it is done well or not. It is a national fund. Kia West people are not the only road users of that. It can attract investments. It can attract tourism, as alluded to when it comes to the road project in Hakalang. So no single National Assembly member should think, if you feel that road is good or the Gambians elsewhere see is not good, you want to say, that's not the case. When it comes to the delayance as far as demolition is concerned. That's not the case in Kia West. And there is a delay. So that example is not unique to every project site. So when it comes to the government spend fund, we appreciate this. But the delayance of projects have implications. What are some of those implications? In fact, we would have loved to see those implications on the report. The delayance of projects. The project timeline has been extended. Does it have financial implications? And who takes the financial burden? All these are some of the things that we need to know as people of the country. Go to Brufut in Sanementre. The road has been started from Brufut down to Madiana, moving to Banyaka. It's still a problem for people to use it. From Wulinkama down to Ghana Town is still another problem. So we need to talk about the reality. We support projects, of course, but projects are meant to improve the lives and livelihood of us as citizens. But in turn, it is disturbing us as road users. So we need to try to have a look at these things holistically, not to politicize around matters. When it comes to the challenges that they have talked about, sorry, let me get to the executive summary. When I went through the executive summary, I tried to highlight one thing where the committee highlighted, although there are some progresses when it comes to Battle Harden Highway, but in the recommendation and in turn, I have not seen those progresses. What are those progresses that you are trying to address? Although there are some progresses, we need to know those progresses. You have seen challenges and you have highlighted those challenges to us. So we need to also know what are those progresses. Almost when we get to the challenges, the committee's general observations, I was foreseeing that the general observation will highlight some of these progresses that the executive summary has talked about. The observation one says, delay in disbursement of funds with respect to a payment, increase in the scope of work in certain project sites, leading to variation order, absence of work plan, which is not as progress, of course, lack of expenses on project vehicles, high expenses on project vehicles, which is a concern. I would have foreseen that there would be an example cited that a project vehicle was bought an amount of money which we consider to be on a high side. This was captured. The committee would look into that. That is also not a good one. Lack of transparency. The committee has talked about, lack of transparency. We would have foreseen that a SO project was awarded and it hasn't been transparently awarded. It has been awarded on single sourcing or whatever. That would inform us clearly that transparency was not there as far as project awarding is concerned. Price escalation clauses makes government lose a lot of money. This is not also another good thing. Non-establishment of site camps in some project sites, which is not also another good thing. Lack of proper and conclusive feasibility study, that's also not a good thing. Most projects stopped during rainy season, and rainy season is part and parcel of the contractual duration. That also has an implication. What is that implication? We want to know that too. Inadequate material and equipment on sites. That is also not a good thing. It has also been realized that some contractors are seriously underperforming. All the observation, no progress. all the observations, all of them. This is not a good thing. The committee constitutes people from various political parties, and we believe they have approached this job bipartisanshiply. So we trust them. If they are giving us this, our position should be, what do we do as parliament if this is happening? Do we order them to go back and do this and come back? No. Do we believe in what they're doing? But all the observations that they have are not progressive, are not good observations. It is from the committee. When it comes to the recommendations, let's read recommendations. I was foreseeing also that per challenge or per observation, a recommendation will be attached to it. And recommendation 1 says transparency, which was highlighted. Award in contracts in foreign, could we put that in transparency? Is that part of transparency? We say transparency in award of contract. We say the award of any contract to foreign must be in joint venture. Could that be part of transparency also? Every contract must fulfill. Is that also part of transparency? No contractor should be awarded. Is that also part of transparency? Let's look at all these things. They are very intertwined. They seem more or less directing to the same direction. Page 23, recommendation is what I'm reading. Seriously underperforming, there is a typo there. It says underperforming contractors should have their contracts terminated. And where are some of the project sites which are not seriously, seriously underperforming? And what is the level of implementation? If a contract duration, for instance, the Battle Hardened Highway, if by May or September that they should reach Senegambia Johnson, and they are moving towards turntable now, the time frame that we have from now against May or September that they should complete the first phase, could they be able to do that and tell us what is that percentage so that we would examine that they cannot meet the time frame? All projects must have a feasible work program. With delay in the disbursement of funds, to be honest, we cannot appropriate funds here. And when it comes to disbursement, it's a problem. This is not unique to all project monitoring. You go to government subsectors, their complaint is about the disbursement of funds. It's high time we discuss that with the authority responsible for the disbursement. We know the challenges because it is affecting the implementation of projects, not only government projects which is undertaken by the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure. But you go to other ministries, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Education. You go to school, you ask headmaster, they tell you, my first term SIG is disbursed in second term or third term. How can they work? This is not unique to only one ministry. We need to look at these things because it is affecting our work as a country. Honorable Speaker, coming to the work in Kia West, I want to conclude with that. The constituency I represent. We want to thank the government. And of course, on several times, I have had engagement with the minister to also engage my community as far as the construction is concerned, because members of the community raised certain concerns to ensure that when it comes to the demolition, there are certain demolitions. If you want to demolish my house to vacate me and my family, and we have nowhere to go, this thing has to be planned well. You cannot vacate people with their families and they don't have any place to go. Where is the problem coming from? That needs to be looked at. And there are certain demolition that does not attract any compensation. We need to know that. Because my community is a victim of that. Certain demolitions do not attract any compensation. Where do you expect those family members to go? Do we want to vacate the peasants of this country who are feeding themselves from fishing and farming, and 1 month, 2 months, the produce is finished. We want to vacate them to where? Without any compensation. That is not possible. And if you want to demolish and compensate, when you demolish, where do they rest? Do we have a plan for it? Honorable Speaker, I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Jara West.
He is out. He said, let me inform you that he went on agric meeting.
I now invite Honorable Nominated Member Fatou K. Jawara. Hey.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I would like to join my colleague to commend the committee for doing a tremendous job. Monitoring is not an easy job, but the NOAM Monitoring Committee already spoke for their responsibility. I think before any projects were started or even laid, they have a role to play. They can still monitor even without mapping or any surveying. Honorable Speaker, to begin my intervention, Honorable Speaker, I must commend the government of the day for achieving another significant milestone today by locally funding these contracts amounting to 1,181,576.48 bututs. Honorable Speaker, going further, Honorable Speaker, and to go by the report of the committee observation highlight the causes of delayance of the contract, that contractors stop the work during the mid of the rainy season when the rainy season is part and parcel of the contract. I want to ask the committee, what is their stand on that? Whose negligence such occur? What is the stand of the committee? I think they should not be silent on that and keep putting the blame on the government, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, again, going through the report, the entering payment certificate, the committee also should be in a position to know how did they make this payment plan before they come to any conclusion to ask or find out from those contractors, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, again, members has highlighted the awarding of contracts to our local contractors, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what happened to our ecologists that were contracted to our own Gambians? I think we should be very fair to ourselves. Even our own house here, some National Assembly members were crying both day and night that contractors were not treating them fairly, including myself, and these are our Gambian contractors. So we need to be very mindful, even if we want to support them, but we need to think both sides. Honorable Speaker, members also highlighted that we should be passing resolution. Honorable Speaker, I once said in this parliament here, matter of the day is a no-go area for somebody. But passing resolution in this assembly also should be a no-go area for this National Assembly. We passed a resolution here for the retirement of Impress, and it's still lying idle. Nothing is being done about it. So passing a resolution alone is not the issue. We are not following it up. So I think we should do away with passing resolution. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, construction cannot take place without feasibility study. And I have seen in the report that there is no proper feasibility study. Of course, there is. Along the line, there is an expansion in the Hakalang Road, but there is a feasibility study, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will also like to urge the committee because the road linking from Joko, Talinding, Jilifiti Kunda to Abuko is also part of the OIC project. And I think they should consider visiting the area also, whether the work kickstart or not. I'm appealing to the committee to put that one into consideration. Despite the challenges that they highlight, we have numerous achievements in the overall progress of the project also, Honorable Speaker, which is being highlighted, like the Section 3 Kaud Jimbala Road is 96% completed. The pavement is 90% completed. The structure is 95% completed. The Section 5 Kaur Sindhu Road is artworks is 100% completed. Pavement is 89% completed. The structure is 100% completed. The Section 6 KDB Bati also is the same. And just to name a few, Honorable Speaker, on those few remarks, I submit and beg to take my seat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominated Member Fatou K. Jawara. I now invite the Honorable Member for Kombo South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm a member of the committee. Mine is just to put a concern through your office and also for the table office and the IT, that is the Director of Communication, to look at our reports. The way they are producing our reports are very poor. We have insisted that all reports should be photographic or graphics to be shown so that it's friendly, reader friendly. And these are documents that we are going to keep for posterity. But if we look at these reports, the photograph, you cannot even look at what is there. So you will not be able to gauge the projects that have been done, the status they are when they are completed. So that's my appeal to you, and I think it is important. These ordinary session meetings are done on a quarterly basis. So all the departments that are going to be affected during this session should produce or should submit a well-detailed budget to your office to ensure that all that they need is in place to do the production and preparation of our reports. All the reports are the same. You look at the health one, we are going into it. The photographs, you cannot see anything. And I also want to thank the members for a well observation and knowledge, but I'm sure our able chairperson will be able to respond to those programs. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kombo South. Honorable Member, I cannot agree more with you. Parliamentary documentation is for posterity, and it must reflect what the intent of parliamentarians. I think the photographs, the pictures, and all these things are to enable those who want to see it, to see and feel it, see what is happening. I think we will try to improve on that, inshallah. I now invite the Honorable Member for Old Yundum.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. First of all, I equally want to join my colleagues to thank the chairperson and the members of the committee for what we will call a very diligent job done by the Select Committee on government project, monitoring on government projects. Honorable Speaker, one thing I wanted to say is, in this National Assembly, members must desist from making statements that will look alike taking the responsibilities of the executive. There is a separation of power that this National Assembly, our function is to conduct oversight and make legislations. But the role of the executive is very clear, that we as members of the National Assembly cannot play. And we must not use that to make it look alike, for people to say perhaps what the executive is doing is not in right or in line, and that is why the National Assembly is taking...
Honorable, you can raise your voice, hands up.
It's because I am too tall, so... Okay, I'll do that. So what I was saying is the responsibility of the executive is very clear, and the responsibility of the National Assembly is also very clear. That we cannot take the role of the executive. It's not possible. When they are doing their job, all that we have to do is to conduct oversight on what they are doing. Except in cases where constitutional provisions are provided for National Assembly to take charge, perhaps to do, let's say, a recommendation when it comes to public appointment, for instances. So a member said that the National Assembly must now think of having contracts coming to Parliament for Parliament to do, approval. And I think that is the role of the executive. We cannot take that responsibility. And I want to make that very clear. And that is why I said we cannot be making statements to confuse the people outside as if the executive is not doing their job. That is not in line. Honorable Speaker, I am happy that the committee progressively have done a very good job, having gone to various sites in the country to go and observe what the government have done from what has been collected from the public. Because most of the projects that they are implementing currently are generated from, within the country. These are local funds. If you look at the progress, the only progress I think part of what is completed is about 63% of the job has been completed. The rest are all, above 63%. I think that's a good job by the executive and in fact even with the contractor, even though we have challenges here and there. And then that happens everywhere. When contracts are done in a country, especially road constructions, you must find challenges in between. But then it's good that the committee have brought all those challenges on the table for us to look at, and then with the recommendations that they initiate. And those recommendations are not recommendations that, perhaps comes from those who are working on the site, but these are recommendations initiated by the committee for Parliament to look at and also advise those that are doing the job. So now it's our responsibility to look at those recommendations, whether they are in line, in fact, for us to recommend to those that are working on the site or not. But the initiative is good that the committee brought a report for us to look at and look at the progress of works going on within the country. We also need to note that resources are collected within the country and government is rolling on cash allocation. Yes, they sign contracts here and there, but then there are delays in terms of payment because cash are collected here and there for payments, and payments must get delayed. Those things are highlighted in the report. And then I think we related to that payments are not done on time because government also collect cash from, those from taxes that are not paid on time as well, for them to be able to pay all those contractors for all those works to be completed on time as well. So the time frame sometimes is there that we can always question, but we also need to note that. Do we have enough resources or enough envelope in our envelope to pay all those projects on time? Those things also are important for us to note. Even though the committee has brought challenges and recommendations we need to look at, but then we will thank the government for having the foresight to at least go in for local funding of our projects, which is very good because it is us in the National Assembly who will sit here and say, we are taking a lot of loans for road construction and yet we are not doing, what is right when it comes to construction. So now government has taken a shift to collect local resources and be able to construct roads. So we must commend them. But yes, we must follow those that are responsible, that they do the right thing. And I think this is what the committee is doing. And that is why I think I must thank the committee for bringing this report, because all the things that I have read, except for the recommendation, I think they are objective. The recommendations on various projects that are ongoing, the committee initiated recommendations for us to look at, and then we approve. Then they can go in for, to advise those that are working on all these projects. Then that is going to be the blessings of the National Assembly. We support the initiative by the government, honestly speaking, with all the things that they are doing. People will sit in the urban center and think nothing is happening in the rural area currently. But I think the member of Sabah has confirmed that. Even in their own constituent, there are a lot of progress in terms of construction. So we must commend the government for that. We're going to always look at reports and always look at how do we criticize the government in terms of what they are implementing. We also must need to highlight some of the progress that they are doing when it comes to those constructions, so that the people who are listening to the National Assembly will know how far have government gone in terms of spending our funds on all these projects. The percentages are there. Nobody is mentioning about those things. Progress of work. No work has gone below 30%. Everything has gone. The list I have seen is 63% progress, and that is about 50%. So I think there is good job that the executive are doing, that the National Assembly must also emulate what they are doing. And that is what the is doing now, to go and conduct oversight, find challenges, bring recommendations, and we act on them. That is important for us to do. So I just wanted to highlight that, but it is important for us to understand that the role of the executive is the role of the executive, and the role of the legislature is the role of the legislature. We must critically look at a cut between these two, and let us not stand in Parliament to make comments as if we are taking the role of the executive, what they are supposed to do, Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Olu Yundum. Now I invite the Honorable Member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yes, I am a member of the committee. Just to make some response to one of the queries that have been made. I know the chairman will do a lot. I will start with the member for one of my colleagues has just raised the issue of the percentage at work. Yes, we made some percentage, we are recorded 63%, we said, but we have one that is less than 30%. That's the one within the KMC region is about 7.something%. So there's a problem, there's a different in gap there. Coming to the challenges, that one of the members have mentioned also. On the bitumen, it's not about Senegal and the Gambia. The bitumen, what we want now, we have our own plants in the Gambia. Senegal currently, they are also on construction. So to access the bitumen, it's not about country to country. It's about what you have, what they have, and they are also in construction. They also might need it. So that's my cause delay in the bitumen coming to the Gambia. It's not about anything like country to country relationship. This is about what is the availability of the bitumen between these two countries. So this is why we mentioned the challenge on bitumen. But not about Gambia and Senegal, whether they are taken from us and they're not allowing us to take from them. No. It's about what they are currently on. They are currently on work, and they need it, and you also need it. So this is about what belongs to you belongs to you. So we are currently working. Suggesting that we have our own plan in the Gambia to also be having our own bitumen. That's why the bitumen side. Coming to the quality issue, the member for Bilkama made mention of it. I think we have designs in construction. We have scope and then design in construction. Construction comes with design and also the scope of what you need to take care. You can go to Bilkama, the work that is in Bilkama and the one in Basi might be different. You might think that they are all the same road. Yes, they are all tar and everything, but the quality and the surfaces, you have double surface and asphalt are different. Like the one at Hakala. When we went there, the committee did a very good job. When we observed, we found that it was only double surface. So looking at the magnitude of the contract, we suggested that why not asphalt? We said an order extra variation to the contract. Then we discussed together with the consultant and the committee, and the consultant agreed that they will discuss it at government level. And now I'm seeing that it's no more double surface, it's now asphalt. So for Hakalang, we say thank you to the government for accepting an additional cost on Hakalang Road. So Hakalang is no more double surface, it's now asphalt. But going to Sabah Sanjal and others, it's not double surface. This is why we need to look at things when we are trying to compare. Asphalt and double surface are quite different. Sabah Sanjal and the North Bank area, those two other areas are not double surface. So if you want to compare the Hakalang and then the one in Sabah Sanjal, you might see a difference in the thickness of the road. So that one is double surface in Sabah, and the Hakalang road might be different. The quality of Hakalang is far better than the one of Sabah Sanjal. So when we are comparing, let's look at the specification and what is designed for the road. So we are only working on design and specification, and the contractors also are working on design and specification. So I think these things we look at properly to know that what we went for, we did a very good assessment. Yes, we say we need equipments. Yes, we have people who can sit and look and then agree with contractors and consultants. But to be honest, there was a very good job that was done by the committee. We looked at this and we felt where there has to be adjustment. Those adjustments were addressed by the current situation currently we are seeing. They are working at the space. The only delay we currently see now is the one within the KMC region, and definitely we need speed on that because it is far beyond schedule. So to be honest with you, I think these are a few points that I wanted to add before the chairman comes on board. And then somebody talk about single sourcing or expression on IPC. IPC means delay in payment, and we all know what delay in payment costs. We are all here. We always are approving budgets for people. We know that we are depending on revenue. What was collected is what is distributed to others. Yes, there are IPC that people with certificates, and there are delays. Contractors are trying to make the pre-finance, but pre-finance also has a limit. You cannot pre-finance all what you have. But at the time we were there, and my last contact with the minister, those IPC that we mentioned were already being paid. So IPC do have delays. This is part of construction. So we cannot say IPCs A and B and C should be paid on time. If you don't expect that in construction, we might have delay in IPCs. So these are issues that we think that we need clarity on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Joshua. May I now call upon the chairperson to respond to the issues and round up the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, my able Vice Chairperson, for almost getting all words from my mouth. I thank you very much. I also thank all the National Assembly members who contributed or who have reacted to the recommendation of the committee. You have all done your best to react to them to the best of your ability. Now to clear recommendation 4, we want it to read like this. No contractor should be awarded more than 2 concurrent projects except with a proving record of performance. Let's use simple words there, simple dictionary meaning. This is clear. No contractor should be awarded more than 2 concurrent projects except with a proven record of performance. So the doubts are now clear. To react, I will start with the member for Ny Councillor. My leader, you want to obstruct my flow?
Speaker permits. Honorable Speaker, what I'm having here, perhaps what he's reading, maybe the sentence is not completed. We have except when pro, and what is added, something you are reading, perhaps it's not added here. So we make that adjustment. Okay.
For the purpose of clarity.
Yeah, I think minority, I think you are right, because there was an amendment proposed by one of your members. And I said that why don't you pass it through the chairperson so it becomes an agreement. And with that amendment in, you are now proposing a different amendment.
I am not proposing any different amendment. This is the exact amendment.
No, what we have, the chairman, what we had was that except when the contractor is performing.
I'm the chairman, I override.
And I will override.
I override amendments.
And I will override you as chairman of this session. Because what is happening is, I told you at the time that before individuals make recommendations, let it be agreed and a table to the chairman. This is what I wanted to avoid. But now, as the chairman of the committee, your recommendation is different from this one, and we are going to take your recommendation. And your recommendation is accept when continue.
except with a proven record of performance. This other recommendation is also consultative between members in plenary.
Except with a
proven record of performance.
Proven performance record.
Yes, record of performance.
Yeah, you can continue.
Yeah, thank you very much. To start with the honorable member for Kansala, there is no single project where feasibility study was not done. If you pay attention to details and explanation in the report, we said improper feasibility studies. It means there was a feasibility study, but it was not conclusive. It was not proper. This is what we wanted is actual, but there is no single project that there was no feasibility studies. Late disbursement of interim payment certificates. You know, what we need to understand here, when we appropriate funds in the National Assembly, it doesn't mean that funds are sitting in the banks. These funds are raised and services are paid. So this is why these interim payments, there is a problem of interim payment certificates. Because before government raises this money to pay the contractors, it takes time. So this is why we have huge pile of interim payment certificates for all these locally funded projects. When we also say the Hakalang, the contract duration for Hakala was not specified. Yes, it was not specified. For the original contract, it's supposed to be 26 months, but that has elapsed. And the client, the consultant, and the contractor, they don't agree on a specific date for each completion as for the time of our visit. But I'm sure by now, there were addendums and the scope of the work has increased. I'm sure by now, when we visit it today, the contractor or the consultant will be able to tell us, they'll be able to finish this 1 month or 1 year, 2 years or so. But as for the time of our visit, it was not specified because the 26 months has already elapsed. Okay, I think that's clear because you also mentioned contractors not to be awarded 2 contracts. That is tied to this recommendation 4. I now go to member for Busumbala. You talk about the inferior quality of works. Now, what we should understand, even though we are not technicians, most of you are not technicians, the quality of the works depends on contract specifications and the design. If you specify and design for a contract of $2 million or $2 million, the contractor cannot deliver you a quality of $5 million. Do you understand? When the ministry prepare tender document, request for proposal or quotation, this design and specifications are embedded, and contractors are now invited who are responsive to that technical and financial criteria if an evaluation is conducted. So the quality of the work is not that the contractor has deviated, because I cannot lead a team and we go and I realize the contractor has deviated from the design and specification and I don't talk about it. No contractor has deviated from the design or specification. What happened is the money given to them to do the job. You also talk about the OIC hotel. It's not delayed. This project, I will be very frank, in the full disclosure of facts, this project is not delayed. This project has failed. And for me, it has failed beyond repair. I don't think we can do anything. That is why if you look at some of our recommendations, we say the PPP agreement should now be reviewed. The project has not been delayed. I don't want us to see it as a delayed project. It is a failed project. Now, you also mentioned about the litigation that the land has undergone between the government of the Gambia and one of the this private hospital. I will also inform you, even though before the matter was sub judice, we don't want to talk about it because it is before the court, but I can tell the honorable members from the ownership challenge before the court, the possession challenge before the courts, the title challenge before the court, and the latest was the capacity challenge before the courts. The private hospital win this. They won all this litigation before the courts. Do you understand? All the court procedures were won by the private investor. So as you rightly say, the land is in trouble right now. Even the government went ahead and construct this hotel, but the next government to come, if they are going to respect the court orders, then this might be a very futile investment by the government. You also mentioned, I don't know whether you wanted to critique the design of the road, the design quality of the road, but let me inform you that road furniture come later. What you were talking were very important points actually, but that will come under road furniture. You will see street lighting, you will see etc., etc. So make yourself comfortable as far as it's in your constituency. Tell them that those concerns will come under the road furniture. Member for Sabah Sanjay, one time you disclosed to me you work with a consultant, but I don't know why you don't understand what is interim payment certificate. Interim payment certificate is not paid after the work, or it's paid after the work. If the contrary will be pre-financing, that is, I work and you pay me. That's not the matter for interim payment certificates. The issue of compensation. You also mentioned the issue of compensation. We cannot restrict, this committee cannot restrict, and by extension, this National Assembly cannot restrict citizens from claiming their rights. It's their right to be compensated, and it is unfortunate that there is no money right now to give them compensation. But we as a committee, as the National Assembly cannot tell citizens, don't claim for your rights or don't claim for your compensation. Member for Bopa Nyomi, I don't know who among the previous speakers admonish, blame, apprehend, or doesn't commend government for providing local funds for projects. I think these were just reactions that were not very good ones for that matter. Everybody commended government for this foresight, for investing locally funded resources in the road construction. So I don't know why you reacted with that, and several of other speakers reacted in the same manner. So this is going to be your answer, the answer for all of you. Remember for Lower Fladu, when we were going for site visit, we had a schedule. This initial schedule was we wanted to visit projects under Ministry of Works. You are mentioned we're supposed to visit Fulabantang to assess the level of stadium construction, but that schedule will also come later because our next intervention or our next visit, we are going to identify another ministry implementing government projects to do so. You mentioned about an underperforming contractor at Sankulekunda, Papifort. Yes, we visited Sankulekunda, and they said they are displaced, they said they are hungry, and they said they cannot access their farmlands because this contract was awarded to Papifort for 4 years. They couldn't deliver. We take note of this, and so necessary actions will be done. That is why we say we recommended for termination of certain contracts left to the plenary to decide. We said you also mentioned about how about some of the local firms or consultants or investors that cannot perform. That is why in the recommendation we say active joint venture with active consultants, contractors, or firms. We also knew that there are contractors who are briefcase local contractors and consultants who always want to solicit and solicit joint venture with foreign firms when they don't have any capacity at all. We are very, very mindful of this. This is why we said active. If you are active in any field, it means you have got the proven track record in that field. And I'm sure, as I say, bidding document has criteria. There will be evaluation, and this evaluation will be if you are responsible for those criteria. So we get that point very, very well. That's why we say active farms, active local farms, not just anybody. Member for, member for Brikama North, minority leader, you have also reinforced and aligned yourself to the submission of a member for Fladu West, and I'm sure you paid attention to my answer. That is also your answer. You also mentioned about Batil Harding. Batil Harding, in the full disclosure of facts, this is the only OIC project going very well. This is divided into phase 1 and phase 2, even though sometimes I want to restrict myself not to talk about my previous knowledge as one of the initiators of this project. We mobilize this project, we do everything for this project, we acquire advanced procurement notice for this project. This is why I don't want to recall my those knowledge, but I can tell you the work is going very, very fine. RST is one of the best contractors this country can have by way of their previous track records. You go to urban roads, you mentioned Lot 1 and Lot 2. This is Pabifort and CSC. This is the contract that every honorable member who visited, we were all very shocked. A contract that was awarded for 14 months, that is 2 years, that is 1 year, 1 year, 2 months, 12 months elapsed, and these contractors cannot still achieve 2%. This was our visit in October, if my memory could serve me well. And the improvement they have done recently is not even still up to 5%. And this is something the National Assembly member should be very, very careful. We scrutinize how this contract was awarded, how the evaluation was conducted, why were these companies awarded. I may recuse myself in this process because I was in the evaluation process from day 1 up to the last day. I don't want to disclose certain things, but the National Assembly should investigate this. You know, contract awarded to 2 contractors, CSC and Pabifort, Lot 1 and Lot 2, urban projects for OIC, 12 months elapsed, they cannot still achieve 2%. I'm not sure the National Assembly is going to keep quiet on that. Member for Care West, I think I answered you in one of my reactions to one honorable member. When we appropriate funds in this National Assembly, it doesn't mean that funds are sitting in the central bank. No, these monies are raised and services are paid. Nominated member, Binta Jawara. Huh? Okay. Farmada Jawara. I don't know who blamed the government for the rainy season. What we said here, when we visited this contractor, some of them complained that rainy season is affecting their work, their progress. And what we put to them that, how do you manage that? Because rainy season is part and parcel of your contractual obligation. You cannot give a contract of 12 months, rainy season 4 months, you say that's not part of it. You are going to do the work in 8 months. So I don't know where actually, who blamed the government for the rainy season. That person must have committed the biggest mistake. And also, lack of failure to follow a particular resolution cannot be a bar to do further resolution. We resoluted before, we failed to follow that up, and we cannot resolve again. So I don't think also that is something that the National Assembly should take very seriously. And remember for all you know, I don't know who, when the National Assembly take steal the role of the executive. I cannot hear anybody whose presentation here claim that we should take the role of the government. I'm not sure I said it or in any of our...
Can I observe you, please?
No, I'm not. Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And this brings me to the end of my reactions. I may not be able to react to everybody, but I have done my best to make sure I reacted to all of you. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable members, let me put the question. Be resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the report of the Select Committee on monitoring the implementation of government projects on site visit to project sites 2022. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable, yes. Yeah, they are honorable member. The adoption is just a process. Parliamentary adoption of a document. But it is with amendments. And I just want to say that a lot has been said about the proposals made. I think what we will ask the chairman and his committee to do is to follow up on what members have raised. Some people were talking about making resolutions, etc. I think you tend to work with your committee and of course with the office of the clerk, that's the legal department, and see, but make sure that we don't go in conflict with our own positions. And what you said and what the honorable member for Olundum, was it, said was that somebody, I think, talked about making a resolution for us to approve, contracts awarded, our major, even if it is billions. We are an oversight institution. If they are wrong, if they have their own regulations to do it, you go over them to make sure that they follow the regulations. In the absence, take them to task. But we cannot come and be approving it. Then what about when it comes to us? What do? We have to be mindful of some of those things in what we do. But on the whole, we want to thank the chairman of the committee for a job. I think you have done a wonderful job. You've given us more than enough details on the issues, and I think you will be on, because you are the oversight arm of the parliament. You will be up on these things to give us follow-ups on the implementation and shortfalls, the improvements, whether there are any improvements or not. And all those members who have contributed, we want to thank you very much. And those that have listened, because others have said what they wanted to say, we thank you all. Honorable Clerk, can we proceed?
Report of the Select Committee on Health, Disaster, Refugees and Humanitarian Relief Countrywide Tour to Health Facilities 2022 by the Honorable Chairperson of the Committee.
Honorable members, may I now invite the Chairperson of the Select Committee to table the report of the committee. I understand the Chairperson is not feeling very fine, and he has authorized the member for Olundum to lay the report on his behalf.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Report of the Select Committee on Health, Disaster, Humanitarian Relief and Refugees on its countrywide visit to some health facilities, regional health directorates, and disaster hotspot areas across the country from the 29th of June to 6th of July 2022. Honorable Speaker, the report is a bit bulky. I think I'll have to summarize it so that members can follow up through their reports as well, and then can make their expressions from what we have on the report right now. Honorable Speaker, the executive summary of the report. From June 29 to July 6, 2022, the National Assembly Select Committee on Health, Humanitarian Relief and Disaster visited 20 health facilities, regional health directorates, and several disaster hotspots to inspect and to get first-hand information as part of its oversight function. Throughout the 8-day tour, members of the committee led by the chairperson engaged heads of officials of the health institutions in a very fruitful and frank discussions. This process enabled the committee to get vast information and facts that generated important findings. With these findings, the committee was able to identify relevant progress, constraints, and made critical recommendations for the way forward. Majority of the findings for all stakeholders in these healthcare facilities were similar in scope and relevant to their operations. The constraints and recommendations specific for each of the facilities taught by the committee are elaborated and indicated at the end of each report on any given site. Hence, findings affecting and specific to each facility are adequately commented at the end of each section. In this section of the report, common constraints affecting all the health facilities will be listed, followed by broad general recommendations. Honorable Speaker, number one, inadequate, well-trained and qualified health care personnel. Shortage of doctors and nurses were reported at all regional health facilities. This situation was made worse by low wage, lack of proper accommodation, and poor incentives. 2, poor infrastructure and utility services. Most of the buildings in all facilities visited were dilapidated, neglected for proper repair and maintenance. As a result, poor sewage drainage and other unhygienic conditions affect the general environment. 3, inadequate space and logistical support for extension services. Congestion is common to most of the health facilities, especially for outpatient services. Some of the activities at these health facilities are conducted outside of the actual building due to inadequate space for staff and patients. Trekking teams are handicapped by lack of fuel or personnel using motorcycles and breakdown of vehicles as well. 4, inadequate or lack of machines and other medical supplies or equipments. This is common in all facilities visited by the Select Committee due to lack or inadequate supply of personal protective equipment, gloves, masks, overalls, and footwears. Hygiene and cleansing products staffs are increasingly exposed to infections and diseases. In view of these findings, the committee recommends the following. Minister of Health should review the report to identify priority issues affecting its effective overall performance. That is, the outcome of such an exercise should be the development of action points that will address alleviation of constraints affecting the smooth operation of the ministry at all levels. Furthermore, this requires the ministry to go back to the drawing board with their approved budget and align their allocations with activities that will address constraints and bottlenecks affecting operations of the ministry. Included in the operational problems of the health ministry are broken or flooded soakaways for sewage disposal at some of the health facilities, leaking roofs and other structural damages, inadequate general cleaning or cleansing supplies, as well as lack of basic equipment for nurses and auxiliary staffs. 2, capacity building for staff and other incentives. Notably, there is shortage of qualified nurses and retention of doctors. The ministry must have long-term strategy for staff training or upgrading the lobby for higher budgetary allocations for staff personnel emolument to make the ministry attractive for qualified healthcare providers. This area of concern may require the ministry to seek partnership with other countries for technical assistance through bilateral agreement. Honorable Speaker, what is in the report, perhaps it's all listed on the executive summary here, but I'll go in detail for us to look at certain sites that we have visited as well, apart from the introduction. The introduction perhaps will read, the Select Committee on Health, Disaster, Humanitarian Relief and Refugees concluded an 8-day visit at selected healthcare centers and disaster hotspots areas to gather first-hand information on issues on the ground, and also to understand the impact of damage the disaster hotspot areas and healthcare facilities were prone to. The purpose of the visit is in fulfillment of committee's statutory mandate as per section 109(2) B of the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia and Clause 97(1) and 2B of the revised standing orders of the National Assembly to perform oversight on the institutions under its purview. The inspections of sites were conducted from Wednesday, 29 June, as I said, to 6 July, and this was a follow-up visit to disaster hotspot areas and some health facilities made in the previous year. The tour group, which comprises of the honorable members of the committee, support staff officials from the NDMA and health sectors, visited and held discussions with the management and senior officials of the selected facilities, disaster hotspot areas as well. So the objective is clear. The methodology is also listed on the report. That is site visit observations, photographs are taken, and videos. We did not put them on the report, but we have them in our archive. Questions and answer sessions for both implementing institutions and beneficiary communities also. We have done that. One of the findings from the regional health directorates before going to health centers from Western One, the committee had its first meeting at the regional health directorate. The chairperson of the committee, Honorable Ahmad Kamara, in his introductory remark, explained the purpose of the visit as a fact-finding mission and a follow-up on the recommendation of the previous committee on their oversight engagement. He added that the responsibility of the RHD is to implement and coordinate the policies and programs of the Ministry of Health, which includes the supervision and coordination of the entire healthcare service delivery, and its related activities in public and private health institutions within the region. At every quarter, the Regional Health Directorate is mandated to supervise and monitor the public-private health institutions and community clinics within the region as well. Therefore, this visit is made to ascertain the performance of health service delivery indicators, both preventive and curative care, using the quality of care assessment checklist. According to the regional director, the private health care delivery sector complements the public sector with a view to improve access to health service for the general population. He further informed the committee that the country is currently witnessing an increasing number of private health institutions, PHIs, particularly in the urban areas, stating that according to the HMIS report of 2016, the number of private health facilities, 115, outnumbered the public facilities of 58. The list of services provided within the region: maternal services, you can see that, referral service delivery as well, preventive care delivery as well, they conduct that as well. Disease surveillance is also listed, and they are written in detail. You can read it from the report. Immunization also is part of the report that they also conduct within the region. The challenges that we have: inadequate coordination from the level of the Minister of Health, that is number one. Inadequate budget. There is no adequate budget line for the Regional Health Directorate, which grossly affects the acquisition of impress and maintenance booths to facilitate fixing of some minor maintenance issue both at the regional and facility level. BI funds, these revenues are paid to the consolidated central revenue account of the government. However, it is difficult to assess by the facilities that collected it, and even by the Minister of Health. That is one of the challenges we found within the region that we have visited. And then we have moved to the various health facilities within the region as well, where we went to Ndemban Clinic. Ndemban Clinic, from the Regional Health Directorate 1, the team proceeded to Ndemban Clinic. Ndemban is the clinic that we have in Bakau, where they were welcomed by the OIC, Dr. Abubakar Jan, the chairperson of the Select Committee on Health, gave his introductory remark. Dr. Jan thanked the committee for the visit and explained to them that the clinic was meant for COVID-19 patients. Due to the ongoing rehabilitation of Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital, most of their patients are transferred to Ndemban Clinic. Dr. Jan explained that the center comprises of two buildings, namely the administrative block which was modified and refurbished to hold up to 15 patients, and the main building which can hold up to 85 patients. 2 theater rooms are also within the facility, surgical and medical room. In addition, the clinic also has electronic medical records. The challenges we found at Ndemban are listed also on the report: no staff room, inadequate budget, limited capacity building opportunities for staff, inadequate consumables. In Serekunda Minor Health Center, the committee also visited Serekunda Minor Health Center, where they met some officials. The chairperson of the committee gave the introductory remark, where he took the opportunity to inform of the purpose of the visit. The midwife of the facility informed the committee that Serekunda Minor Health Center was established in the 1970s and is a public facility situated within the heart of Serekunda in the Kaniving municipality. It is about 12 kilometers west of Banjul. It has a catchment area that constitutes 13 settlements with an estimated population of 77,393 inhabitants according to GBOS 2013. According to him, the health facility provides healthcare service, preventive and curative treatments to a wide range of communities within and outside the operational catchment area. The facility also seeks to provide services that are of good quality to these communities and the Gambian populace at large. During the visit, the committee also found out that it's one of the oldest health centers in the Gambia, and it operates on 24-hour basis. The challenges we found there are listed as well. Access to clinic is usually a great challenge for both staff and patient in the morning due to the congestion of the access road by market vendors. Inadequate toilet facility considering the number of visits recorded daily. The roof of the RMNHCAH building and the rest of the premises are old and leaking. The electrical wirings are very old. Inadequate accommodation for staff. Lack of admission and observation room for outpatients. We were able to put recommendation for that, for KMC to help in preventing the vendors from blocking the road towards the health center. Relocate all toilets situated at the entrance to more conducive place. That market is congested. So, the C-section has also reduced. He also informed the committee, probably that is maybe let's look at the challenges now. Leakages in the theater room of the hospital.
Honorable, which page are you now?
13.
Pardon? You are on 13. You just finished the recommendations. Where are you now?
I'm supposed to go to Bundum Maternal and Child Health.
Pardon?
Bundum Maternal. Still on the 13. Are you in line? Okay.
I thought you were only going to deal with the challenges, and the rest will have been read by the...
I just want to read the heading of the health facility we visited and then read the challenges so that we can catch up. Huh? So from Serekunda we went to Bundum. We held the normal discussion. The challenges highlighted are leakage in the theater room of the hospital, flooding around the soccerway, limited supply of water as the hospital has its water supply from a borehole and not NAWEC, inadequate waste management within the hospital, no mortuary within the hospital, limited laboratory services, inadequate budget support from the government, no utility vehicle. We proceeded to Fajikunda Health Center. We did the normal discussion with the in charge, and some of the things that they have listed, the service that they provide as well, are also highlighted in the report. There are challenges are also highlighted: lack of space for to accommodate patients, especially during the peak malaria season. Inadequate drugs and medical supplies, since the facility must buy some essential drug and medical products for the patients. Lack of functioning laboratory and inadequate test kits, warranting patients to be sent to other laboratories outside the facility. Limited space in both the postnatal and infant ward to accommodate the increasing demand for admission, resulting in some patients being not admitted. Lack of functioning theater. The committee also proceeded to Banjul's Ring Canal Disaster Hotspot. Because remember, the tour is in twofold. We were visiting health facilities and the hotspot areas. The hotspot area we visited in Banjul, that is the Canal Ring. Maybe that I will read. On arrival, the committee was informed that the National Disaster Management Agency personnel that the Banjul Ring Canal Disaster Hotspot is where all the drainage systems within Banjul are connected to free flow of water into the river, or be bumped out to the exit point in Bone Road, which is the sole responsibility of NAWIC. Due to the nature of connectivity, any blockage in the ring can lead to a severe flooding of the city, which the city's sewage system are connected to. Banjul City Council, for the past years, used to work in collaboration with the National Disaster Management Agency in clearing and cleaning the ring to allow free flow of water to minimize or avoid flooding. But that was not possible this year during the following. Due to the following. The city drainage system are presently under rehabilitation and construction by Guy Construction Limited Company. And according to contract agreement, Banjul City Council should not intervene to address any problem in any place where the contractor and his team are assigned to work. Therefore, during the time of the disaster prevention period, which is around April or May, then the contractor was around the ring canal, and as such, it was the company's duty to clear the canal that he started, but could only do half while the rest remained unattended. Secondly, Banjul City Council was equally faced with many financial challenges to be able to use the NDMA heavy equipment to work on the canal as usual. I think people from Banjul will know. Kanifing Municipality Disaster Hotspot area as well, we visited. The committee also visited the identified hotspot area within Kanifing Municipality, including the area that connected both Ibo Town, Talending, and New Josuan. The committee proceeded to Aboko and Bundung Bohol hotspot and recommended the following. The drainage system along the Churchillstown Ibo Town highway be covered to minimize illegal dumping, to engage NEA about the compound owners illegally connecting their sewage pipes to the system, to see how best to help evacuate those deliberately settling on waterways, thereby causing flooding throughout the year. NDMA to work very closely with KMC to see how best to address the Abuko hotspot that is seriously affected by the erosion. KMC to continue using the National Disaster Management Agency heavy equipment, excavator, to complete the dredging of the canal from Bundung Bohol to Tipa Garage. We proceeded to the Regional Health Directorate in SO. From the report you can see, and some of the services that they offer within the region as well are listed. And the achievement they have also registered in that region also are listed. But the challenges that they have are also listed. Inadequate gynecological doctor for cesarean section, as there is only one Gambian doctor in the entire region. Inadequate fuel and maintenance service for the newly provided community ambulance. Inadequate health workers in the region. Inadequate staff accommodation in facilities, particularly in the Regional Health Directorate and SAO district Hospital. The RFH ambulance fleet in the region are very old, resulting in many challenges for both outreach service and referrals. Having only one vehicle or ambulance for Kuntaya major health center that is used for both referral and outreach services. Inadequate land space in SL District Hospital and Regional Health Directorate for future expansion. That is in the North Bank region. We also put recommendations to that. Ministry to replace the Cuban gynecological doctors who left some months ago and to increase the number of Gambian doctors in the region. Regular provision of fuel and maintenance services for the fleet of community ambulances in the region is critical to ensure quick service delivery and longevity of the ambulances. Increase the number of nurses in the region with some incentives. Provide good accommodation for RHDs and health facility staff. Riders for help to quickly replace all ambulances in the region since none is roadworthy. The RFH to provide separate trekking vehicle for Kuntaya Major Health Center. The Regional Health Directorate to be separated from SL District Hospital to create room for expansion of the institution. So within the region also we visited some of the health facilities, that is Kuntaya, and they also highlighted a challenge. And I think the challenges in Kuntaya has something to do with what happened in the Regional Health Directorate because they are governed by the Regional Health Directorate. But we will still read lack of funds to complete the renovation of the center that has all the units, namely the OPD, antenatal, postnatal labor ward, during drugstores, laboratory, the public health cold chain system, and the counseling room, with other small stores for other critical materials. The temporary drugstore being very small as well. Lack of adequate functioning, cold chain system, as the fridges are relocated to a fully congested public health facility while other fridges are kept outside without being used. The lack of laboratory service for patients and antenatal mothers, compelling them to travel to SO 38 kilometers away every Tuesday and Thursday to access the needed healthcare service. Accommodation problems, inadequate staffing of the facility, as currently there are only one registered nurse midwife, one enrolled midwife, and 2 registered nurses. Inadequate medicines and medicinal products. Kercherno, the same thing had happened. The discussion was done, and then they highlighted challenges, inadequate human resources, particularly nurses and midwives, poor ambulance service, limited fuel supply for the generator, lack of standard delivery and admission bed plus mattresses, erratic drug supply, inadequate and poor condition of staff quarters. And our recommendations: Minister of Health to post more trained nurses, midwife, and laboratory personnel to the center. Minister of Health to increase monthly fuel allocation for the generator to 150 liters per month. To provide a new ambulance and trekking vehicle for reproductive and child health clinics. Construct a new staff quarter and refurbish the old one. To refurbish the entire health facility. To quickly act on supplementary drug supply requested necessary. Albreda, we discussed, they highlighted challenges, inadequate human resources, lack of mobility, inadequate drug supply, inadequate accommodation for staff, no lab attendant, as currently the staff in the lab is only supporting the center since he has retired. In Karawan, the challenges are also listed: inadequate human resources, inadequate drug supply from the regional store, difficulty in obtaining regional transfers as well. They listed the challenges. You can read it from the report as well. Kuntaur hotspot also was visited, and we have noted some observations. It's listed on the report. The general recommendation will come to that. Kuntaur Major Health Center, We visited also, the challenges are highlighted. You can read them. And the recommendations prepared by the committee is also there. Regional Health Directorate, North Bank East, that is Farafenni upward, was also visited. And then we had discussions with them. They highlight their challenges. Bansang Regional Health Director also was visited we discussed with them. The report is highlighting all the discussions and the achievement that they have registered within the year. They also have their challenges. We also visited the Bansang hotspot. In the Upper River region also, Basse Regional Health Directorate, we visited the Regional Health Directorate in Basse. We discussed with them, and everything is listed in the report. The activities conducted within the region also is listed. Their challenges also were highlighted, and we take note of the challenges and also provide some recommendations to the challenges that they have highlighted. In Basse Kabakama also is a hotspot area. We visited the hotspot area. We discussed with those responsible and NDMA, and we have noticed some observations. Gambisara Minor Health Center also was visited. We discussed with achievements that they have during the year, their challenges. Kudang Health Center also was visited. There are challenges and recommendations. We came down to Kalaji and we discussed with the in-charge, challenges were highlighted, and then we provide recommendations. So the general recommendation of the committee, so all the recommendations that were highlighted during the tour is as follows. Minister of Health to post more qualified and specialized doctors in all regions, because this was across the board in all health facilities that we have visited. Most of the challenges, are in relation to this. Regular fuel supply and maintenance of all community ambulances in the region. Scale up the number of nurses in the region and with motivation packages. Build good accommodation for both RHD and facilities. Staff in all regions or staff in all regions. Riders for help to replace the old ambulance in the region that are not roadworthy. The Regional Health Directorate to be separated from SO District Hospital to allow expansion for future, but that is the only hospital we found that happening. Minister of Health to post more trained nurses, midwives, and laboratory personnel to the regions. Reproductive and child health clinics to be provided with new ambulances and vehicles for tracking. Minister of Health to ensure adequate drug supply to all regions. 10. Good retention allowances for those willing to go to the regions as a motivation package. 11. A regular allocation of impress for the operation of the regional offices and cash power for the regional staff. 12. The provision of special equipment like the abdominal scanning machine and ECG machine with trained staff on their usage. 13. NDMA URR office should re-evaluate the situation of SABIC community to ascertain whether it is not time for it to be declared as a hotspot. The select committee to engage Kerawan Area Council to ascertain why the Farafenni drain are not clean for the past 2 years, despite being part of their planned activities. The select committee to engage NRA to work closely with Kerawan Area Council to reduce the accident caused by poorly constructed drainage slabs. 16. The select committee to ensure that this time actions are taken to address all the issues raised as for the previous years. Nothing has been done despite the committee visiting the same places and making similar recommendations. 17. Last but not the least, NDMA to partner with Kuntaur Area Council and clean the Kuntaur hotspot area without delay to avoid flooding and other unnecessary damages and discomfort. Honorable Speaker, that is the report of the Select Committee of Health that the tour that we have conducted and is here presented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Oyundum. And thank you for your presentation. Any second honorable members? Honorable Member for Serekunda West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to second the motion, and I wish to continue to make a few remarks. This report is very pathetic, very sad and serious, but actually I think the solution should come from us. The report indicates that we need more trained nurses, qualified doctors, enough medicines. That is for us to solve, in my candid opinion. Because you cannot ask the Minister of Health to grab qualified nurses, trained doctors from the sky. It's not possible. You must give them funding to be able to do that. You must give them funding. This problem is for us to solve. And this will remind me of the remarks I made here during the budget session. I told this House that we have a sick economy, and we have to be very wise in the way we spend our small resources. Health is key, education is key, agriculture is key. All factors, all structures of government are key, but there has to be priority. We have to prioritize some of these factors. If we have a sick nation, no medicine, no trained doctors, no nurses, no labs, no mortuaries, all these are lacking in our health sectors, according to this report. So if we are to fix this country, then we have to make sure that these things are provided so that we can have a healthy nation to be able to do other developments like agriculture, education, and the rest. And therefore, we have to be responsible, we have to be very wise the way we use our small resources. Nobody can squeeze water from stone. We have to use our brains and see what we can do to solve these problems. And the only way we can do that is to rethink about our budget. There are a lot of unnecessary things that we put in this budget that could have been plucked from the budget and fixed these health issues. If I may go over some of them. The skyrocketing of the allowance of the president to tour this country every year from 6 million to 10 million. The people he is going to visit are dying because they don't have medicine in the health sectors. The people he is visiting are dying because there are no trained nurses in our health facilities. We can be wise. If it turns 6 million for the president to tour with a limited number of delegations, but the extra 4 million are added to the budget of the Ministry of Health so that we can have trained nurses. No other nation will come here and give us money to train our nurses or train our doctors or to give up our medical drugs. No, we have to do it. And we do not lack the resource. I completely break the fact that we don't have money. We have resources. Our problem is the way we spend these resources. So I urge this parliament to rethink and see how are we going to fix this problem. It has to be fixed with money. Do we have to revise the budget? See where we can cut here and there and add into the budget of the health so that we can have enough trained nurses, enough drugs in our facilities. This is what we have to do. Otherwise, what else? Are we going to borrow money? So this problem is not for the ministry as I see it. It's for us as parliamentarians to look into the budget and see what we can do to fix these problems. I thank the committee for doing a very good job. They were very honest and they put everything on the table for us. But if we ask the ministry to solve this problem like that, without money, they cannot. There is no way they can. Even the president cannot do it without money. Much more the minister and the ministry. We are the people who sit over budgets. And I don't think there is anything wrong. Maybe I stand to be corrected. I'm not an expert in some of those issues, but then to rethink around the budget and see how we will solve this health problem should be a very concern, us, the members of the parliament. Because our people are going without medicine. How we fix it should be our problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Serekunda West. Honorable members, I now put the question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the report of the Select Committee on Health, Disaster, Refugees and Humanitarian Relief countrywide tour to Health Facilities 2022. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the floor is now open. Those who wish to take part in the debate may do so by raising their tag. I have already got a list of members here. Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also thank the Health Committee for this brilliant work that I know, I may say, at least they have touched a greater percentage of hospitals and minor or major health centers across the country, though there are others that are left behind. I don't know why. I need clarity as per the chairman. Health is a global thing, and we believe all health centers, both minor and major, should be considered. So if there are problems in those health centers or minor or major health centers in which this report didn't include, what would be the fate of those health centers, either minor or major? We want clarity in this area, why others are left. Honorable Speaker, health is a great concern, and I can also concur with the Honorable Member for Serekunda West. And I think it is time for us to think and think wisely. It is time for us also to put our resources in an area that will yield dividend and also control the narratives of our healthcare system in the Gambia. As for the look of things, you go to major health centers, both small or bigger ones. Simple medication is a problem. You will not even have it. Or you're taxed to buy. You go on surgery theater, you are taxed to buy certain equipment, certain tools that will be used. So the essence is what went wrong? What is lacking? What should we do? What should we put all our heads together to make sure all those major things are solved? We will be blaming this, the ministry, president, the government. But us as representative of the people, I think it's high time, as I've also alluded last budget session, that we should prioritize who do we give our monies to. Institutions that we think when we put our resources will make gateways, like of health. There are lots of nurses and trained doctors within health centers. When we have schools, SCN is available, School of Enrolled Nurse, SRN, you name it, community health nurse, but as we speak, there are students who are interviewed. For them to go and learn in those institutions is a problem. Why? No money, no budget. You cannot feed them. What went wrong? So in order for you to have an unqualified nurse doing certain things, and when our patients will be dying, issues that we think could be remedied is not in place, do we think as a nation are we moving? If health is zero, security is zero, education is zero, or you talk of agriculture is zero, that country will be zero. And we don't want that zeronization to be taking place in our country. It is high time for us to reflect. Even it's necessary for us to revise the budget, it's core mandatory on us. Even crying the Aki issue here, a simple laboratory, we cannot. So the onus is on us. We should be the deciding force as representative of the people. Go to certain health centers. Sewages are all open. Health. Dirty waters passing all over. Go and watch their toilets. Simple arithmetic. Manage administrative of hospitals. or basic, minor clinics. You don't need the minister to come and say, okay, solve this problem, solve this, or the president. Our nurses, we all know. Today, you talk of high children position holders. You have all things that are necessary for you to do your job. But that nurse, after doing his duty, he sleeps underwater in a digital rainy season. So what do you expect that particular nurse to do his or her own work? We've seen major of all those health centers and clinics all complaining, staff quarters, lack of staff quarters, accommodation problem, leaky roofs, whatever, sewages. Health. We're talking of health. So where do we go as a nation? So I think the reflection is on us, for us to rethink and also make sure we prepare the pillars that will change the narrative of our health sector, without which we'll be coming here debating on issues of report. This is a befitting report, a report that captures a lot of things that we think is, it wasn't fable or said, a political show has said it, whatever. It is clear. They're all speaking the same language for issues that are affecting in all those health centers, both minor and major health centers. When you go, you're only given paracetamol. The rest you go and buy for yourself. So I think it is us and the Gambian populace that will change the narrative. And again, also, I've also seen in the report where the issue of BANJUL has been labeled. That is the Ring Canal disaster hotspot, where the contractor partly alluded. He said the contractor duty as a company to clear the canal stated that it could only do half, the rest remains unattended. What went wrong? We want to know. According to the narrative of the committee, what went wrong? Why is it that the other half is not completed? Can you please highlight us on that area? And also community ambulances. There are many. You go to certain community ambulance is available. But sometimes people buy fuel for those ambulances. We want clarity here. In your report, I haven't seen any area that is captured. Why is it that some of those ambulances, people or community service had to buy fuel for those ambulances? So we also want clarity in this area, because if a sick person, whatever, you have to pull money and buy ambulance fuel. Even major or minor health centers. You go, you have a patient and said, there's no fuel, or the battery has a problem. This is what is happening in our health sectors. So I think it is core mandatory for us to put all this together to see better. And the other sad thing is Serekunda Minor Health Center. It says, fault electric wire, all. So you want the president to come and say, change this electric wire, or the minister to change this? So I think sometimes I don't know whether administrative labs or challenges or the intentional aspects of that man or that leadership in that particular position. Simple things. Nobody needs to say, come and change this or follow this toilet. Have workers. There are others whom you have a lot of staffs within the area that do sanitary, or they don't even have any maintenance team within the health sector, or health department, or health, hospitals or clinics. They don't have all those people within. So you want people to come and force it. I think the owners should be in now. Either the bulldozers should make their act in some of those health facilities. It has to be action. People are not even ready to work. They can do their laissez-faire attitude as they wish. And they are still celebrated. In all those things, go to hospitals, health centers. You don't even term that this is a health center, this is a hospital, the order that you face, a lot of issues that are happening. So I think the committee had done a great job, but it's really sad as a nation. It's really sad as a people, and it's really sad as representatives of the people. It is high time we bounce back and rethink to make sure we do utmost urgency to solve some of these irregularities if we want to move as a nation. I thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala. Now invite the Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku.
Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, let me thank the committee for actually giving us a very precise and detailed report. I would also thank the Minister of Health, who actually left everything that what he was doing and then come and listen to the report. Honorable Speaker, if you looked at the executive summary, paragraph 1, 2, and 3, when I read that one, then I was a little bit wonder if they are telling us inadequate, well-trained or qualified health personnel, poor infrastructure and utility service, inadequate space, and logistical support. Honorable Speaker, generally, if you look at the report, all the challenges are all the same throughout. Throughout the challenges, they are all the same. I think what should be done now, we should ask a question. What are we going to do? Because anytime the health committee presents a report here, all the challenges are across the board. Then there is a fault somewhere else that we need to identify. Then we can find a solution to that problem. And we have a problem of maintenance in this country. You go to the health facilities, you enter there, you enter the toilet or you enter other rooms, you couldn't believe it. There is a form of negligence, whether it's a sabotage, but sometimes you feel why this thing is happening. To change a toilet or to change just what the honorable member said here, you should not wait for the president and wait for the minister. And if these issues are supposed to be reported somewhere else for it to be fixed, you dare not just to sit there without reporting the matter to the authorities that will come and fix it and then come and fix it. And then if you look at, honestly, this is what is happening in most of our institutions. You find unnecessary things that could not warrant anything staying there for years without any due consideration. And then I think a decision sometime must be taken. You know, Honorable Speaker, with the fourth legislature, we were having a park and peg consolidated report in those days. When the park and peg were late here, because it was then the most effective committee, park and peg. It was combined together. And we have normally an annual report. And then this recommendation, the recommendation of that report was sent to the executive. And sometimes you see people were arrested. You think that, okay, the president just go and arrest it. He was acting with some recommendations coming from parliament here. I think we should do the same thing. Now, because what we are recommending here, the committee you have went, did your oversight function very well, come and report to parliament. Now the implementation of this recommendation, it is not our responsibility. It is the responsibility of the executive to implement what we recommended. So that does mean there should be that communication now. We have our recommendation, we submit it to the relevant authority who are supposed to implement it. Because the committee you have did fantastic. You have went and then saw everything that is within the health sector. And you have come with a recommendation. So if we just debate the recommendation here, stop it, allow it rest here, we do not communicate it to the relevant authorities who are supposed to implement it, then the next time also the same report will come. Because if they are not informing one another, our recommendation will inform them. This is how your institution is moving. Honorable Speaker, health is not cheap. It's very expensive. It's one of the most expensive commodity. Health is too expensive. The member for Serekunda has said it here. I think
during our budget, we should try and balance the institutions and the ministries that we feel definitely they are having a lot of challenges. Because this report can actually inform us what to do with the budget of the Ministry of Health. We should now be actually drawing our budget based on the report that our committees are tabling here in plenary. Because without the money, they cannot do it. Who are giving the money is us. At the end of the day, a minister can stand here and tell you, you don't give me the money, how can I do it? Then we must actually prioritize. There are certain ministries, because without help, there is nothing that somebody can do. Honorable Speaker, this was the few issues that I have. I just want to comment on the issue of ambulance, because I can see on page 10 of 36, Yundum Mandinari Sinchuvalia, lack of referral ambulance. So I don't know, because for issue of ambulances, for me, I thought that was a thing of the past. We have a lot of ambulances that were procured. So important communities like Yundum, Mandinari, Sinchuvalia, if you are telling me they don't have ambulance at their various health centers, that's another issue. Honorable Speaker, before I take my seat, I have submitted my name during the last presentation, though I submitted it last, but I don't know why you did not give me the floor. And then you did not give me the floor and you did not communicate to me. Honorable Speaker, you were talking to your clerk. I said, I have submitted my name here when I came, because when you came in, I was here, but I went out. So when I came back, I submitted my name for intervention, but you did not give me the floor, and you did not communicate to me why, again, you did not give me the floor. So I don't know why the reason you couldn't give me the floor. Because Parliament still now, we have more, we are here until 6 o'clock. So I feel if anytime I submit my name, I should be given the floor for my intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, you're making me surprised. At least the names I have read all of them. Probably your tag was up and it was or it was late in submission that I am not aware of. Because some people wait until probably I'm doing this and they start doing that. Probably. But the names I have all read. Honorable, yes, please, it's not going to be a debate. Please, take your seat. Yes, take your, it's something that has gone. To clarify, Honorable Member, please, you are talking about an issue that we have passed. If it were an issue that we are dealing with, we can discuss to amend it. But something that was gone, you want us to go into that debate?
Time I couldn't have the opportunity.
You could have raised you could have raised my.
No, I have alerted your clerk. In fact, this is what surprised me.
No. Honorable, please.
She told me,
Honorable, please take your seat. Honorable, take your seat, please. Let's not engage in this debate. There are times when, at the end of a thing, the list is completed, and somebody will tell me I want to speak, and I will give you the floor. You never said anything at the end. I called the mover of the motion to come, and you are quiet. Now we are on another business. You want to bring the old business again? No.
You see, when I
did you call my attention?
I did not even raise it at the
call my attention.
I just came. I raised my tag.
Call my attention. Did you call my attention? So how would you then? No. What I'm saying is,
I saw the clerk. When I raised my tag,
Honorable, you don't understand.
Moving to that's giving it to you.
To raise your tag or not. But at the end of a business, your name is not called. You call attention. Why now? Do you want us to go back for us to call you and we debate it? What you are doing now, why didn't you do it at the time? Please.
No, I forget it. I forget about this thing. Just you can continue now.
Honorable member for Same.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I also want to thank the committee for a job well done. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for coming to attend the laying of this important report, which is at your domain. I think, Honorable Speaker, this trend should continue. Any reports that is directed to any line ministry, those ministries should come and listen to the concern of the honorable members. Honorable Speaker, as other speakers have mentioned, the report, we all have seen what the report entails. If you look at the report, there is no success that they have mentioned. All the areas that they have visited, it's only the challenges. Only the challenges. And we all know health is very, very key. It's very, very key. If you see all of us are sitting down here, we are healthy. So we must not joke with health. Health is number one, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, when I look at the report, yes, the committee have done a very good job because they have visited some of the health facilities. But I think they should be selective. And they should look at remote areas. Remote areas. They went up to Kuntaur and they went and spent the night in Bansang when Karantaba is there. They should have passed, they go to Karantaba and take that route and cross and go and sleep there in Bansang. The only community, the only health center in that district and the oldest. They did not go and visit that area to see the constraint of those health personnel there. You know, when the time of budgeting is on, people started talking, let's prioritize, let's prioritize. I could remember during the 5th legislature, we gave 100 million to agriculture. Why not we start thinking of that to health? For how many years we are talking lack of nurses, lack of doctors? Who is coming to solve that problem? It is we, because we allocate resources to various ministries. Honorable Speaker, the issue of ambulance. When I look at their recommendation, their general recommendation, saying that recommendation 5, the riders of health to replace the all ambulance in the region that are not roadworthy. It is the ministry. The ministry should talk to the riders of health. And look at some of the communities. They have their own ambulance, and the ministry is aware of that. For how many years? Those communities are paying their own driver, and they are the one maintaining those ambulances. They are the one fueling. For how many years? 8 years or more than that. For me, since I came to the parliament, I wrote series of letters The government cannot provide an ambulance. The community take it upon themselves. They have their own ambulance. Just the ministry. For how many years? They cannot pay a driver. They cannot fuel that ambulance. They cannot maintenance it. You think that that ministry is going to, the ambulance that they have provided, do you think that they're going to maintenance it? They will not. They will not. You know, we should start looking at, Honorable Speaker, you look at those areas that take it upon themselves, they have their own ambulance. At least let the government also come in and support them. The person who is paying those drivers and the maintenance, what about if that person is no more? Honorable Speaker, in their recommendation, in one of the reports, they said ferry crossing. They start talking about ferry crossing at Bansa. CRR not. We are the most unfortunate ones. I always say that no hospital, major one, in CRR not. You see, in the report, it is there. They start talking about crossing to Bansa. When they close, most of the patients die on the river, at the river bank, simply because they cannot have access. I think the committee should recommend the ministry to start thinking of upgrading, at least along CRR North, to have a Kuntaur to be a major hospital. A major hospital. Maybe those in, how to call it, upper Salon, lower Salon, they can easily rush to Farafenye. They can easily rush. But those in Same, Nyani, wherever there is crossing, Honorable Speaker, you are always in jeopardy. If you go to river and you cannot cross, what will you do? You just sit, stand and look at the river. So the ministry should start thinking of that. We have been saying that over and over. And we will continue to say it as long as we are representing our people. What is affecting our people, that's what we are going to say. And Honorable Speaker, I'm very much happy that the committee also visited disaster areas. And in the report, they start talking about erosion in certain parts. Disaster is everywhere, Honorable Speaker. I know of villages, during the rainy season, the erosion has destroyed that area. Those communities, when it rains, they can no longer go out in that village. That is Sami Suruakunda. And the community should start engaging NDMA. You should start engaging them, those areas, so that they can do something. If not, they also suffer during the rainy season. And even now, to cross there is a problem. Big holes, talk less of rainy season. When somebody is sick, the person, before the person crosses, he or she has to wait until the water reduces. So the committee must start engaging the NDMA about those areas. Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for giving me the floor, but I think we all have seen this report. It's telling us that we should support health. We should give them more funding if we want our health sector to improve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Sami. Honorable members, let me on your behalf welcome the Honorable Minister for Health. I have not recognized him earlier, just being informed that he's around with us. You are most welcome, and we applaud you for taking time to come and listen to honorable members about concerns regarding your ministry. It obviously goes to indicate your responsibility and your respect for this institution and its members. Welcome, Honorable Minister. I now invite the Honorable Member for Combo South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also join my colleagues to welcome the Honorable Minister of Health, and also to continue to thank the members of the Health Committee for a job well done. Honorable Speaker, this report is very simple to deal with. If we go to the summary, the first three bullet points that were highlighted in the report give us all the things that we need to do as a National Assembly to deal with this report. And I think the report really gives us the issues that are on the ground. I don't know whether there was also another communication in the background when they are in one hospital or in one region. They will communicate with the other teams in the other regions to tell them this is what we said, so you can also tell them this. There is uniformity in all the challenges and in all the problems from one up to the last one. So that shows that this problem, how do we solve this problem, Honorable Speaker? I begin to wonder whether we have even given money to the Ministry of Health to buy drugs. Because anytime you go to the ministry, they will tell you we have enough drugs in Kotu, and there is enough to be distributed to all the health centers. But you go to these health centers, the first thing they will tell you is, we don't have drug, inadequate drug supply, and all the lack of staff, the resources are not there. Where are all those nurses that are trained in all these institutions, Honorable Speaker? I think the problem in our country is people are not ready to work. They cannot tell us that we don't have the staff on the ground. You see in the money you go to all these institutions, the number of trainees that are coming into the School of Registered Nurses, School of Nursing, School of Public Health, School of Community Health Nurses, both in Bansang and in Mansakonko. And still there is lack of adequate human resources to be posted into this region. Honorable Speaker, I have come across many instances. People are not ready to leave the urban area and go and work in the regions. That's the problem in this country. Unless the Ministry of Health work with PMO to take measures against those people who are posted to regions to forfeit or expel them from the job and take the serious ones who need to do the work. Honorable Speaker, nothing is going to work. We will continue saying that we do not have the resources and we do not have the trained personnel in our country. We need to see the Gambia first. The Gambia is our Gambia. They are very lucky in most of these areas where you go, they have electricity and water supply. When we were in postings, you go to Yoruba Health Center in the 1970s, early 80s. You walk on foot from Yoruba Health Center to come to the crossing point at Kerawan. No vehicle, nothing. You don't even talk of a vehicle. There is only one station vehicle at Yoruba Health Center that is dealing with, Woolley East, Woolley West, and also Sandu. But if we go to all these places, some of them have trekking vehicles that they can do. The problem is, I think we need to be able to have our personnel on the ground to know their terms of reference, what they need to do, what those their terms of reference see, and what they need to do as officers in charge. So, Honorable Speaker, Section 222 of the Constitution highlights the roles and functions of every civil servant. And each civil servant is given the TOR, and if you are in charge of a station, your TOR is also given. People are not ready to do the work, and they want to wait for people to come and do it for them. Unless we do that, nothing is going to work in this country. Drug supply, the minister came here and told us that there are enough drugs that they can circulate into all the hospitals. So what is the problem? Where are they going? Honorable Speaker, I think members also need to understand that these reports that we are laying here, we need to take them very seriously. We have 6 months down the line before the next budget session. All these reports that are being laid here are the ones that is going to inform us as to how much do we give all the ministries, departments, and agencies for the 2024 budget. Because if you look at all the reports that are laid here, there is nothing that indication that is saying that the implementation of those programs are being done to enable people to move forward, and the resources are being wasted. Improper planning, no implementation, low coordination, and we need to be able to coordinate and do things in the right perspective. So there is no multidisciplinary program at the regions. Everybody is doing their own bit, and then things are not working. All these departments and agencies have their planning units. What are they doing? The planning units are there to be able to plan and inform the ministry of some of the problems that the areas are going to have. You know, I really appreciate the work of the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education. If you look at the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, their directorates have all been expanded because their planners have a foresight. How can you be in Serekunda for 30 years? You do not think of expansion. And now that your buildings are even adjacent to fences of people who have encroached the area, there is no expansion. Where are you going to have a proper place for a good hospital or a good major health center in Serekunda, other than the new hospital in Kanifing? So that is the problem of planning in all our regions. You go to Kerewan, you go to Eseu. When we are in Eseu in 1976, that place was congested. They did not do anything up to 2023. You go to Eseu and see where the upper basic and senior secondary school is. The Ministry of Education, their planning unit, was able to identify and said that the lower basic school in Eseu cannot accommodate the basic and secondary school. They have to go to Same area because there is a lot of, not your Same in CRR. There is a Same in lower Nyomi, so that's where it is. So they have to move the senior secondary school to that place. Those people have enough land there. You can have even more higher institutions within that premises. But you go to all these departments and agencies, their planning units, we don't know what they are doing. Honorable Speaker, I think those are issues that we need to look at. Education, health, and agriculture are the backbone of this country. Unless we focus on them, we are going to be at zero. Whatever billions we give to other institutions to do, it is not going to work. If we do not have a healthy unit of the people of this country are not healthy, there is going to be continuous poverty in our country. So what we need to do, the Ministry of Health have to do a diagnostic test to look at what are some of the problems that are leading to all these inadequacies in all our institutions. And they need to be working with their expertise and be able to come out and do the facts. We need to have the facts to be able to implement. Without doing that, nothing is going to work in this country. Honorable Speaker, a lot has talked about the BANJUL canal. You know, that also comes to the timing and the implementation and the inability of people to act to programs. That BANJUL canal should not have been flooded because the machine was here 3 weeks before the incident happened last summer. Because they said they were waiting for instruction to fit that machine into the canal. That's why the place was flooded. But the machine and all the equipment were in the country. It took them 4 weeks to fix that machine. If it had been fixed by the 30th of June or around May, beginning of May and June, that flood would not have happened in Banjul. And that was the fault of the consultants and the supervisors who were helping or reporting and then supporting the work of the Banjul project. So all these things comes to the people's laissez-faire attitude of not responding to the needs that they need to do and what they are assigned to do. Honorable Speaker, I think what we need to also look at, the Ministry of Health, it's about time they look at their MOU and partnership with Riders for Health. How much is it costing them to pay for the maintenance and the upkeep of those vehicles. That's why I said here in my last adjournment debate, the Gambia Maintenance Service Agency has to come back. If people who are the technocrats are telling you it is difficult to sustain, the Honorable Minister, maybe he is not going to speak here, but when he comes back, he will be able to tell us how much money are they paying to Riders for Health for the upkeep and maintenance of these vehicles. It is more expensive, very expensive, and it is not sustainable, and it is not going to take us anywhere. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Combo, may I observe, it's 100 million that we approved last budget.
Did you get, he's observing me. The Speaker is not, no, the Speaker did not get you, tell him.
No, if you want to observe, it's your right to give him.
Yes, I'm giving him, I want you to know what he's saying. Tell the Speaker, he did not get you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Combo. We approved 100 million for their maintenance for last budget session. We wanted even to deduct the 100 million, but there was an agreement, between the Minister of Health and Riders for Health. Thank you.
100 millions, how many new vehicles can we get out of that? Honorable Speaker, I think the committee has really said it, and a lot of people are talking about resolutions and reports. I want to refer members to section 100 of our standing orders. We have our laws and we are not implying them. It is when a report is laid in this country, in these chambers, or when a resolution is laid in these chambers, the minister have up to a month to respond to the resolution or the recommendations of the committee. But what we are doing here, we are laying these reports here without submitting them to the ministry or the minister concerned to come and report to this place. I refer all of you to section 100 so that we all read it and then understand that this is clearly stated in our standing orders. So we cannot be blaming the minister that they are not replying. The ministers reply. It says ministers reply. Within 30 days of a resolution of the assembly or adoption of any report of a committee, the minister under whose portfolio the matter raised in the report or contained in the assurances or resolution poll shall provide a reply to the assembly. A minister who fails to submit a report under the standing order shall be deemed to be a contempt of the National Assembly within the meaning section of 75(6) of the Constitution as misconduct. So the ministers, when we lay our reports and our resolutions, that's why I'm saying the legal department need to help us with all our resolutions that we are doing and make sure that they are properly written. And then a cover letter is attached to the resolution and sent to the ministries concerned so that we act on those things. Because if we do, it is going to be open-ended. Some of them will not even know that they are supposed to reply to the concerns raised. So, Honorable Speaker, I think this is a very important report. And what we need to do is to enable the committee to do the round two, as alluded to by some members, because some are saying that they've been left out. And especially that is Same, and also I know the Honorable, he's just saying it now, the Honorable member is saying that Fonyi is also not included. But as you know, it's a countrywide tour, and sometimes, the time given to the committee by the National Assembly, the clerk and his administration is also sometimes some of the hitches. You cannot go beyond 10 days. And if you want to do the whole country, it's going to be 14 days. So the budget will not allow that. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I want to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Combo South. I think you have touched on pertinent issues. And I cannot agree more with you on most of what you have said. But for your information, the section 100 you have quoted in the standing orders is being implemented. If you look at your current agenda, on the 27th of this month, the Honorable Minister of Health is coming here to respond to your ACI report, the report on the queries and these things. He's coming to respond to those things. And at the end of this particular session, these reports that we have adopted will be forwarded to the relevant ministries for them to be scheduled to come and respond to some of the queries you have and what solutions they have. So that has been in practice. We're looking into it. We may go beyond that. When we consult, because I also heard the honorable member for Nyamina Dankunku talk about a few things, we will try to see how we can consolidate our reports, especially the key areas of our report, so that they are kept and prepared for honorable members as and when you are ready to look at issues relevant to those topics. Like when you are going into a budget session, so that you each is equipped with certain key issues relevant to what was presented and agreed by you people, so that in your budgetary allocations and approvals, you will be better informed to do what is necessary to help solve some of these problems. But thank you very much, Member for Combo South, for your well-articulated submissions. I now going to invite the Honorable Member for Brikama North.
Honorable Speaker, as you said, I think all that I plan to say, if not all, most of them have been said by the Honorable Member for Combo South. Then all I need to do is to buttress that the presence of the minister here is very important. This report is actually telling him what is transpiring as far as health facilities are concerned. I'm sure you also do your routine inspection. If you are not getting first-hand information of this nature, this will avail you the opportunity to compare and contrast what you have been picking during your inspection and adequately work towards addressing those pertinent issues. Cross-cutting inadequate, well-trained or qualified healthcare personnel, poor infrastructure utility services, inadequate space and logistical support for extension services, inadequate and or lack of medicine and other medical supplies or equipment, and that the Ministry of Health should review the report to identify the priority issues affecting its effective overall performance. This is very key. The report should be submitted to the ministry as recommended by the Honorable Member for Combo South, honestly, after adoption, so that the ministry can just go into all the issues that are raised and try to address them. That is our work. And the committee has done that summary of all these general issues that are affecting our health facilities. And I do hope the minister is going to act judiciously, especially on the priority needs of the health facilities. Yes, we are implementing the reports, but we need to adjust. With or without resolution, when a report is later adopted with recommendation, it's action points. You can act and implement those recommendations. Resolutions are there to guide you because there are cross-cutting issues. You try to lay them strategically and try to follow for the implementation. But when there is recommendation or there are recommendations and adopted, that means it should be executed. And I think 6th legislature we are moving as far as implementation is concerned. I'll make reference to the unretired Empress. what we did, we worked hand in glove with the ministry concerned, and the ministry, finance, and the accountant general, auditor, they are ensuring that that is actually implemented. People have lost their entire gratuity, and people's payroll, they are continuously being deducted. Those who have recording problems, you fail to retire, what is wrong, your submission issues, they went to do their clarifications. The ministry is working thoroughly with no compromise to ensure that resolution is implemented. The report is coming. When it's not due, it will not be later. But I can tell that they are actually working to implement what we agree on, and we are getting their cooperation. And I believe also, the minister also who is following this one will do the same. And the committee will not sit and wait for the minister. They should be working hand in glove with the minister to ensure that the report is implemented. On that note, I thank you.
Thank you, Member for Combo Brikama North and Minority Leader. Just what you said, honorable members, I think what he said, I just want to buttress and clarify and try to explain a few to you. Your job is being looked at all levels, and your recommendations are being viewed seriously by the relevant institutions. As regards the impress system, in fact, it reached a stage from your own resolutions that the Accountant General had to stop deductions of people, their monthly deduction that may take 2, 3, 4 years or whatever, is asking them, as per the recommendations of the National Assembly, you are to pay this within 3 months. So a lot is being done, and I hope and pray that will happen. Equally, what the member for Combo South said, whatever money you may pump into institutions, when there are no attitudinal changes, it becomes very difficult. Gambians all over, we must all work for our country. We must all take public property to be ours, protect it and service our people. I think committees should look into those things as they go out. We must encourage our people themselves, because the member for Combo South asked important questions, and if you look at those questions, you want to answer it, it comes back to square one. So thank you very much, Minority Leader and member for Brikama North. I now invite the Honorable Member for Geswang.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also join my colleagues to say a very big thank you to the Health Committee and also the Honorable Minister for being here today with us. Honorable Speaker, going through the summary, I only want to, what is on point number 1, inadequate, well-trained and qualified health care personnel. I have a reason for dividing myself to this, bullet point number 1. That's coming to your last point that you just mentioned now, with regards to our attitudinal change, which is very, very vital and very, very important, Honorable Speaker. I think we have well-trained personnel in this country. We have Gambians who can do the job, but our problem here is our attitude towards what we are doing. And if we don't change our attitude towards what we are doing, it is meaningless to be called a PhD or a doctor, somebody, when we are not ready to do it. Honorable Speaker, just last week, I can just refer myself to that incident that happened to myself as a son and to my mother as a parent. On the 7th of this month, my mom went to a hospital, and then she was given a wrong injection. On my sister's way to give that injection to be injected to my mom, she met with the lady who prescribed that prescription for her, and then told her this is a wrong prescription. Luckily enough, that lady was going home. She has to take that medicine back to the pharmacy to change it. And what was the response from that lady who was in the pharmacy? Then why? Luckily, I was not there. I was here in Parliament, but I wish I was there. It would have been a different thing. Let's change our attitude towards everything. Let's know why we are giving that small salary that we are receiving. No matter what you are receiving, is a salary. that you are being paid for. And you'll be accounted for it tomorrow. So give everything that you know and everything that you're supposed to do, give it out at your workplace. It is not fair to be there because you say, I'm receiving less, I don't care. And if you go to a private clinic where you are being conditioned to work both day and night, where you have no time to rest, you give it out all. What is different? Because you are paid less. No. You have been recognized by that private clinic because from the health that you come from. So compare the two and be there as you are in the private health center. Honorable Speaker, coming to Serekunda Health Center, I think Serekunda Health Center at this point should have been a hospital by now because it's long overdue. But look at the challenges that have been highlighted here through the committee. Lack of this, lack of A, lack of B. The worst of all, there are lack of admission and observation rooms for what? No admission, and there are no observation rooms. With the magnitude of Serekunda Health Center, I think it is high time for the Ministry of Health and also the local council to come together and see what they can do with that Sandika next to the health center. That Sandika is no more fit to be there. That Sandika is what is causing all these problems, both to access and everything that is supposed to be given to that health center. If that Sandika is still there, you cannot stop those women to be going early hours of the morning to sell what they're supposed to sell. And that health center alone, look at the Serekunda hospital, the Serekunda market alone. How many women are going into that market? Some of them might be in labor. I can remember in the late 90s, a woman passed away in that condition because the driver was trying to go to Serekunda Health Center. He cannot make it because of congestion. She had to deliver inside the car, and unfortunately, she passed away. And that thing is continuing repeating itself. Still, access to the health center is a problem. So that access should be looked at, Honorable Speaker, and then addressed as quickly as possible. And also that Sandika also should be looked at properly. Look for a space that the ministry can do with the Ministry of Land or the online ministry to see what they can do to move out the Serekunda Sandika to another location. That can definitely ease the traffic and then the area to make that place very free to and then to be accessible. Because it's next to Cariving Hospital. Honorable Speaker, coming to Fajikunda Bundung Maternity and Health Hospital. They also talking about the flooding areas and also limited laboratory service. Bundung also is a catchment area. Bundung is now a hospital per se. If they lack laboratory facilities, it's also a cause of concern that we need to look at properly. These are areas, these are hospitals that are in the center of Serekunda. This is a hospital that has many catchment areas that are also coming there depending on that area. If they cannot have the laboratory that they need to have, it's also a problem that needs to be looked at as quickly as possible, Honorable Speaker. Going to Fajikunda also the same thing. There is something like a laboratory, because they say lack of a functioning laboratory, a functioning one. The one that's not functioning. So it's like there's nothing that is currently there. And also what testing kits. So you don't have testing kits, you don't have a laboratory. Then how can the health center function properly? It's going to be difficult for it to function. So these are key things that we need to address as quickly as possible. But it also comes to one point that we need to change our attitudes towards everything. Yes, it is not there. But what can we do to make it happen? So we only wait for government to say government should do it? Who is there to represent government? At times you improvise. At times you act on what you have and then spend. Because testing kits, I cannot say that you should only wait for government to say, bring us testing kits. Little funds that you have, act on them. Use them as interest and go and get those testing kits. But you cannot wait for government to bring us those testing kits. Till when? This is why the private is now dominating the sector in which we are now. Honorable Speaker, I think the Honorable Minister also needs to look at one thing and then try to how best we can collaborate with the private sector. At least to move them out from this area here, within the Combo area, at least to have one or two in the provinces. That I think most of our doctors who are refusing to go to the provinces, if they are posted there by the private sectors, I think they will also be there to help our local health centers. Because the reason why they are not going, because of the amount that they are receiving here in the private hospital, or in the private health centers. This is why they are refusing to go. So I think it's important to collaborate with them to see whether they can expand in the provinces, one like Sarap, Afrimed, and others. If they can expand in the provinces, that will definitely warrant to make that, to force some doctors to go and work there. And if that happens, I think it will ease the problem. Honorable Speaker, I think didn't have much to say. To thank the committee on definitely the report is well taken care of. And I think next time also they will come to my area in Ibo Town, Joshua, and Old Joshua, because we have very good health centers there, and none of you have been there. Thank you.
Honorable members, I think the committee will go to almost all health centers in due course. Honorable, I now invite the honorable member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, today's parliamentary session stands very unique. Since in the morning, issues that affect the life and livelihood of the Gambian people is what members are deliberating on. I have had no greater opportunities than the opportunity to be part of today's session. And coming to the report that we're looking at today, I think an experience as far as health service is concerned, I have a very new one. I was tested for malaria last night, and I had an experience as far as the health service is concerned. But then I want to start with the point to thank the Honorable Minister for taking time to be here with us today, and the committee for the time they've taken. Resources was disposed to them, and technicians were given to them to go around the country and give us reports as far as their objectives of this exercise is concerned. I want to register my protest first to say why health centers in LRR were not covered, particularly in my constituency, in Karantaba Health Center. I want to take the assembly through the cover page of the report, which reads, Reports of the Select Committee on Health, Disaster, Humanitarian Relief, and Refugees on its visit to some health centers, regional health directorates, and disaster hotspots areas across the country. But not across the country. I want to justify that. Please, Honorable Speaker, that was not a good one. If they want to observe, let them seek my consent, then I would have allowed them done this. This is not parliamentary. And you are all senior members. When they say across the country, but a whole region has not been covered in this. And I have not seen any explanation as to why that region was not covered. Jarasoma Health Center was not covered in the entire LRR. And Soma is very cosmopolitan. And you cannot tell me you have no issue to raise, to travel down from Bansang and come to Fonyi. You cannot visit Jarasoma. That's not fair. You cannot pass through Jarasoma. If you say Kia West in Karantaba, which is at the tail end of the region, which is remote a little bit, and going to that place is a little bit challenging. Even that one is not an excuse, because we are all taxpayers. And you cannot complain you don't have fuel. If you don't have fuel, you complain and come here. I will ask the office of the clerk for that. So this is my protest about it. I think my constituency and my region, LRR, should be covered in this exercise. Honorable Speaker, when I went through the executive summary of this report, it says, in this section of the report, this is the paragraph 1, 2, 3, and 4. It reads, in this section of the report, common constraints affecting all the health facilities will be listed, followed by broad general recommendations. And in that you highlighted that inadequate, well-trained or qualified health care personnel, 2, poor infrastructure and utility services, 3, inadequate space and logistical support for extension services, 4, inadequate and a lack of medicines and other medicinal supplies. Inadequate lack of. And there were so many interventions to say. I want to confine myself within the report only. So many interventions to say, to talk about attitudes. I was foreseeing to go through the report and see if I'm going to see any portion of the report that highlighted that people were posted to various regions and they refused to go. And to look at the recommendation of the committee with respect to that. To highlight that people came to the health center and nurses were sitting and they refused to attend. I was trying to look at that. But I have not seen anything like that. So therefore, they were very fair in their recommendations. And their recommendations read, Ministry of Health should post more qualified, specialized doctors in all the regions. But you refuse to visit LRR. How do you justify that a doctor should be posted there? And this recommendation is telling us Ministry of Health. It is telling us that. Another one says, regional fuel supply. Who is responsible for that other one also? You can tell us that. We are looking at attitudinal change as far as your recommendations are concerned and your visit. Scale up the number of nurses. Who does this? Whose responsibility is this? Please, I'm asking these questions and I want response for them. Build good accommodations for both RHD and facilities. Who's supposed to build? Whose responsibility is that? Riders for Health to replace the all ambulance in the regions that are not good road, that are not roadworthy. Who is responsible for that? The Regional Health Directorate to be separated from SAU district hotspot to allow expansion of both institutions. Who is responsible for that too? Let's look at attitudinal change as far as nurses are concerned. The Ministry of Health to post more trained nurses, midwives, and laboratories, and laboratory personnel to the regions. Who is responsible for that? Reproductive and child health clinics to be provided with new ambulance. Who is responsible for the supply of ambulance? The Ministry of Health to ensure adequate drugs supplied to all the regions. Who is responsible for that? Your recommendations. Good retention allowances for those willing to go to regions as motivation packages. Who is responsible for giving retention allowances? Regular allocation.
Can I observe you, please?
Impressed for the operation of the regional officers and cash power for the regional staffs. Honorable Speaker, I want to submit that all these recommendations here, this report has captured, has not highlighted any attitudes as far as health officers are concerned. It has not. If it does, but it has not been recommended, I would have been very impressed to say somebody was posted to somewhere as reported by the in charge of the particular health center, and we recommend to the Minister of Health that person must be terminated with immediate effect. This is supposed to be asked, but we have not seen that. Honorable Speaker, I want to look at the issue of Serakunda Serakunda Minor Health Center. There are 4 or 6 challenges highlighted in the report. 6 challenges on the Serakunda Minor Health Center. And 2 recommendations. 6 against 2. I don't know if the remaining 4 are inbuilt in the 2 recommendations you have, or in the general recommendations you have for the entire report. But you have 6 challenges and 2 recommendations. And all the challenges that you've highlighted are very valid observations, and they all deserve responses. But you have indicated only 2 recommendations to address challenges on the Serakunda Minor Health Center. If I could be explained with respect to that. On the Ndemban Clinic, having explained the interaction they have had at the hospital, challenges were highlighted, but no recommendation has come as they did for Serakunda. I don't know if that was also inbuilt under the general recommendations. But I'm trying to look at the consistency in it to ensure that, because some challenges are highlighted, recommendations followed. And some challenges are highlighted and no recommendations, but there is a general recommendation. We want to be clear with that. Honorable Speaker, and in some of the sites the committee has visited, achievements were highlighted in the report. But in other sites, there were no achievements highlighted in the report. I also want to be clear. If there were achievements in other health centers, to tell Gambians, our exercise as National Assembly, as oversight institution, is not a fault finding. It's not a fault finding. When we go to institution, we see good things. We have good indicators to tell us, of course, progress has been made in this area. It's important we highlight it, so that people or the executive will not look at us as a fault-finding institution. It is quite important, but in some areas, achievements registered were highlighted, and in other health centers, no achievements were highlighted. I don't know. If there were no achievement or it was not relevant to put it in the report, I want to be clear with that. And for Fajikunda Major Health Center, there is a portion of the report that says the health center has a human resource base of 225, which includes nurses and a doctor. Are you telling us we have only 1 doctor in Fajikunda Health Center? That the report says nurses and a doctor, So I don't know Fajikunda Health Center as it is, whether we have only 1 doctor to attend to all the patients that are coming to Fajikunda Health Center on emergency issues, on other issues as well. But the report says, and a doctor, physician assistant, midwives, public health officers, nurse attendants, laboratory technicians and assistants, pharmacy technician and assistants, date entry clerk, cashier. So it says and a doctor. So I want to be clear whether we have only 1 doctor or that was an error during reporting. So, Honorable Speaker, with these few remarks, I tried to look at the achievements under Fajikunda, because I've watched over television the tremendous job that has been done by the Minister of Health to improve health services in Fajikunda. I am glad that you have highlighted that. But then I have seen 4 progresses against 5 challenges. Let's try to improve on the 1, 2. That's a good one. If you want to rate that one, you can rate that by 90%. So I am definitely impressed, and I owe the ministry a thank for that one, for achieving that milestone. 4 challenges, 4 progresses against 5 challenges, for addressing all those 5 other 4 challenges that are highlighted in the report. And also, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to Bansang Health Regional Directorate, I want to be clear. When we say Health Regional Directorate, is the report trying to talk to us about the body in charge of the administration, because that is the role of the directorate, and the health center are different things. It says Health Directorate. The directorate is the department in charge of the administrative affairs, the issues that we're talking here, the human resources issues, the fueling and all that, the supplying of all other equipments. It is trying to talk to us about the Health Directorate. So if that is the administrative office for the health matters in the region is what you have visited, or the general hospital. I want to be clear with that. And under the achievements, they have highlighted 5 achievements and 16 challenges. 5 achievements and 16 challenges under Bansa. 5 achievements and 16 challenges. We would definitely submit that serious improvement is needed in this area. 16 against 5 is a big difference. 3 times 5 is 15. So this is a big difference, and together we need to approach these things. I commend the committee very well, because this committee constitutes people of different political parties. So National Assembly is doing a good work. This committee constitutes people of different political parties. So we are trusting them that they do the work well. So, Honorable Speaker, with this little remark, I want to challenge the committee to go back to LRR and go to my region and tell us what prevails there. This would also inform us as members to also go back there and interact with them and see the challenges as far as the report is concerned, and try to engage with the ministry in order to address this. But if you do not go there, we cannot be informed about the place. And the committee represents the entire assembly. We critique reports not because we are critiquing the committee, we are critiquing the assembly, because assembly taxed the committee on behalf of us. So when we deliver on behalf of the assembly. And last time I visited Karantaba Health Center, which is the only major health center in my constituency, no syrup for kids. No syrup. No syrup. And if you visited, you would have highlighted that to vindicate my submission today, but you have not done that. No syrup for children. And all the doors where drugs are even kept do not even have a lock. Do not even have a lock. I get to the health center. Since the inception of the health center, the beds, the mattresses that were provided for the bed are still there 30 years ago. Believe it me, go there. So let's try to see best ways in order to address these things. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang West. I'm just surprised if you say these few remarks. I don't know what will be long remarks then. I now invite the Honorable Member for Talinding Kunja.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First and foremost, let me acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Minister. I also would like to thank the presenter of the report, Honorable Member for All Yundum, and other members of the committee and our able clerks. As a member of the committee, I will not belabor too much on the report, just to highlight few things. Just to say that the committee, like it is stated in the report, said some minor and major health centers across the country, meaning there will be another phase. Even if you say across the whole country, the fact that we've mentioned some is indicated that we cannot complete all in this phase of the tour. Actually, we have also covered LRR. We've been to Queenal Health Center, and then it's one of the most impressive areas of health centers we have visited. And
Can I observe?
No.
Queenal is not captured in the report.
I'm not saying report captured. I said we've been there. That's the language I said. I'm not saying it is in the report. I've said we've been there. Why it is not in the report, that can have been an human error, but we've been there. And we've surveyed what is there. And I particularly would be disappointed that it's not there, because it's one of the impressive stories of hospitals we have visited in this tour. I was going to particularly mention Queenala because of the resource-based financing. Honorable Speaker, this is an initiative that came through a project, and the project phased out and is taken up by the government of the Gambia. And then during our tour, we've seen the positive impact this initiative is doing in the healthcare delivery in this country. And I want to seize the opportunity to encourage the Honorable Minister to ensure that the timely disbursement of funds with regards to these assessments, because hospitals are assessed based on the services they deliver. And then you mark points are given, and your points will attract fees. So meaning Queenala can gain more depending on the service they provide than another health center. It's marked over 100. The higher you score, the more money you attract. So this generates competition and quality service delivery. This is something the ministry should ensure it is strengthened, and the disbursement of funds are done on time. We've noted, the committee noted this, and we've seen this in all the areas, and we've seen the developments they have been doing, and we've seen how they are able to restock their pharmacies with this and other things. So this initiative should be supported and funded more. And then Kiang, Gambisara, we've also noted the support that the community is giving to the health centers. Gambisara, Kiang, and another health center. This shows that Kerawan, the community participation in helping the health facilities in their community to ensure that they also partake in its advancement and service delivery. We've also noted that. So we have actually covered LRR. But as a result, maybe due to one reason or another, it's not captured here, but it has been covered for the information of the honorable member. The labs, like, I'm happy that members acknowledge that the gaps and the challenges that have been raised here cannot be done without the commitment, the renewed commitment of parliamentarians to see how we finance health, Ministry of Health, to overcome these challenges. It cannot be done without parliament support. I know there are other agreements that said, a certain percentage of our national budget should be in health or something, and I know this is something we are struggling as a country to meet, but it is something we should endeavor to try and achieve. Because these labs, we've highlighted a lot of clinics or health centers without labs. And we know the error is gone when you look at somebody and say, you have malaria. It has to be tested. So I even wonder, for centers without adequate lab facilities, how do they diagnose people? So for these labs to be financed also, like Honorable Member for Combo South said, supported by another member, it's time I know as a committee, will be continue to engage the ministry to ensure that we see how we provide these laboratory facilities in these clinics. But when it comes to General Assembly, we should also advocate to stand by it and ensure that we provide the best of healthcare to our people. We remember the hurdle we have gone through when the cuttings have been done and we are struggling to give it to health. Some we are struggling. It becomes a kind of competition. But when that happens, let's give priority to health. We are all here crying. We are looking at the shortcomings, but it cannot happen without adequate funding. So I want to just encourage ourselves that we should ensure that we provide those services as possible. With regards to drug shortages, this is also a challenge. But oftentimes you are told, one is told that drugs are being supplied based on the catchment area you service, and then maybe when you request a facility request for drug, they look at the disbursements and everything, and they allocate it based on that. Because most of the times you look at the catchment area and you know that the drugs that are being given is short. But then my problem is, where is the gap, Honorable Speaker? Does it mean the drugs that are supplied from the central to the region, to the health centers, are not actually accounted for in the books? If this monitoring is not being done at the level of the ministry, I encourage that we do that, so that we don't have drugs given away not through the prescription side. Because you tend to have the feeling that if the drugs are being disbursed properly and are issued, and then the authority is confirming that drugs that are issued to a health center A are all being given the right way, why would they refuse to increase when you provide substantial information that the drugs have been issued is not enough? Why would they refuse? So I think the ministry should check if, for example, health center A is saying when we request for more, our request is always cut. Why is it cut? Is the ministry with the opinion that the drugs are not being judiciously utilized? If that is the case, somebody should be sanctioned. We need to know that loophole. If it is there, you close it. If it is there, let's close it. That is something that will help this country a lot. And also, you know, we like this. There is nowhere in the report where we claim attitudinal changes. That thing emanates from interventions of other honorable members. So we don't attribute it anywhere in the report that the staff. Of course, we have to openly commend the staff of the Ministry of Health that are posted across the country. We've seen and recognized the tremendous job they are doing, especially health centers that are in the far hard-to-reach areas. People that are posted, we've seen a doctor at somewhere, and we all know definitely the one of the key challenges is housing. Housing, because sometimes also there are things that you are being told you don't have evidence of, you cannot capture it in a report. For example, when I am told that sometimes people are posted here, they don't want to spend the night and go back. All I can confirm is that the staffing system is inadequate. But what the information I have been related to, I have been informed with regards to why they are not there, I have not substantiated yet. It's not, this is national document. Somebody cannot just tell you people are not posted here because they you know, this and that, you carry it here. That requires another investigation to find out, substantiate it before we carry it here. Of course, on the sidelines, you can hear some of those things. At somewhere we had, somebody was posted, the following day, the person said like this, she moved. She went back to Combo. Because the housing, where she's shown that that's the place she's going to stay, is not for her, it's not conducive. So this is something that the National Assembly in collaboration with the ministry and even the government to ensure that the Ministry of Health has adequate funding to provide lodgements for people in the health service sector, like it is happening with the Ministry of Education. Because otherwise, you know, yes, there are people who are sacrificing. People are not the same. There are people who possibly they can say you want to observe.
Point of observation.
Who is that?
Me, your brother. Yes, for the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, we have policies that are properly drawn, and we are ready to serve national interest. Thank you.
I beg to differ. There are instances when teachers of this Gambia were lodged in a health center. Yes, it happened in this country. In the health service, lodgements for health service clinics in the Woolies, the teachers were lodged there to go and teach. They were in the quarters for health. Yes, it happens in this country. What I'm inferring is that the health education is benefiting from projects like MRC Holland. They are building quotas for teachers. That's what I'm inferring when I mention government support, to look for some of those assistance for the healthcare people. But then there are instances when education personnel have been lodged in this. Yes. So also the major and minor health centers, you know, because always there are challenges. Whenever we say it's a major health hospital, we ensure that the policy that guides to ensure that a particular health center is a major, we make sure that at all times that's not missing. When we say major, it means a major health center at all times. When we say minor, although sometimes you have certain minor health centers that are doing the work of a major health center. The workload is huge. And then I want to underline one thing also here, the funding. Like in one of our general recommendations, regular allocation of impress for the operation of regional offices and cash power for regional staff. This is something that should be taken seriously, because the regional offices, they are responsible to coordinate the work of all the health centers around the region. So they should be allocated a budget or a fund or impress or something that they can have access to immediately as and when the need arises. This is a challenge. This is something that we should recommend strongly to ensure that these regional offices are not without this kind of challenges. One thing we note that is something also that has to do, like you said, at one instant, when it comes to certain campaigns.
May I observe you, please?
It's too much observation. Let me just finish. Let me just, it distracts me because sometimes you observe, you take me somewhere. Yes, please. So that is it. At some point, like you alluded to attitudinal issues, of course there are. At one instance, during the net distribution exercise, a particular regional director was not found at the office because he or she has to take part in the net distribution exercise. In 2 regions, it happens in 2 regions. And then in the deputy of one of them went to buy ram for Tobaski. And this, if they are true, I don't know what, if, Honorable Speaker, if some of the times the administrators are going to be part of these exercises that can take them away from their daily duties because they handle a very important region. And whilst they are away, they cannot respond to the exigencies of their office. If this is so, I think the ministry should look into it, Honorable Speaker. But like other people have, I'm very glad and happy that generally the comments have seen the report as adequate and comprehensive, and that, like we said, the places that have not been covered will be covered in due course, like the Honorable Speaker have also alluded to. That being said, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Talending Kunya. I now invite the Honorable Member for Lower Salu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I also join my colleagues to make my intervention on this issue. And I'm not happy when I saw the report. So this is why I just want to make my submission. Because if you cross the ferry via to Kerwan, before you reach Kuntaur, you reach Kauru first. And just a stone through you to enter the premises of the health facility, which is the poorest health facility so far. And for that many cases, the PS is from Kauru. Honorable Speaker, today, as I'm speaking, the health facility doesn't have an ambulance. If the ambulance is there, there'll be no fuel. They had to call me, Honorable, we want fuel, or they use my vehicle. Sometimes I do call the committee, health ambulance to come and escort the patient to Farafenni. Honorable Speaker, the minister is here. Whenever I am unhappy, I call him. Honorable Speaker, Kauri Health Center has to be closed, sorry to say. Today I'm speaking, even a needle to inject people is not there. Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Speaker, if we want to build this country, we speak the truth. Health, even health, the national budget, we put it in health. If we don't change our attitude, it will not go. Health is expensive. No, this sub-region you go, you get health free. Even in America, in China, health is not free. Honorable Minister, you cannot please Gambian people that we are going to make best health services in the country when it's free. You cannot do it. Even if we put our national budget there, every year, you don't go because drugs are expensive. We have to revisit the policy again. You cannot make everything free in Gambia, especially health. Maybe education from grade 1 to 6, you can make it free, maybe. But health, the simple injection that you're going to do is more than $250. And if the minister can tell us how much they put to subsidize these health drugs, it's expensive. You cannot go. We keep on complaining, make our submissions and our reports. It will never go as we expect it to be because it's expensive. Honorable Speaker, Kaur Health Center today, as I am speaking, there's nothing in the health facility. They only go for report and attend patients. Then they diagnose and left. The most serious one I'm now trying to tell you here is there's no correct lab in Kau. Honorable Speaker, I mean the structure only. Today, if a pregnant woman wants to go to the lab, they will refer to Farafenni. The Farafenni cluster in Farafenni, the health center in Farafenni, he cannot even handle the cluster. Moreover, from Same, Upper Salum, Nyanija, Kaur. Honorable Speaker. You cannot go. And if you go there again, you have to stay for 3 days before they scan you or before you get into the labs. Because you find a big queue there. Sometimes you go and disturb your neighbors that you know. Honorable Speaker. Essentially, medication or health is not free. Honorable Minister, I will challenge you on this. You to go and revisit the policy to make sure that you bring us the proper one. Because it cannot be free like this, always. Honorable Speaker, going back to Kauru, again, I know the committee did a lot because the time bound they give them, they could have not reached. But then you are passing through Kauru, going up to Kundaur. You might even stop Kauru, then you go back. Or you cross to Nyamadangungu and leave this one for the second phase. But we are just jumping things. What is in Kauru today? And in fact, the people of Kauru are even moving Kauru Health Center toward where it is today. Because I know many of them from Europe, America, they give drugs to the health facility. Even myself, I took 40-feet container there. Honorable Speaker. The challenge here is for the freeness. It's free. I am not in line with that, free. Honorable Speaker, today, the Serekunda or Kanifing hospital, there is not even scanning machine there. Today, as I'm speaking. And those people who are working there, they have a lab. Now they refer all the patients there. Why not we make things strong for our people? Because already you are employed. You go look for a scanner or an X-ray machine just beside the hospital. If the patients are not using the general one, then you are paying each scanning test or lab test over $1,000 or $3,000. Why not we look on this issue? Because if I thought they ask you to go for scanning or X-ray, you have to go and pay $3,000 each. Now, why government is making it free? Why? Let's put a measures and not making free. I know if I told you provide us good services, that there is a payment, we will pay. Before going to Senegal or before going to our other people. And all those people, the African people, they are not Gambians. All money goes there. Means Gambia, our entire money go outside. We have to challenge this thing, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Minister, you need to work hard, and I know you are doing so. But the system is robbed before you come. You cannot make that system. You cannot make that system. We can get only somebody who is a dictator to make that system correct. Because you cannot employ people. They refuse to go to work. When they are salaries, they want to increase their salaries, make a sit-down strike. Where is justice now? Honorable Speaker. As I will say it again, if you are not accountable here, there you will be accountable. That one, nothing will go like that. So if you are taxed in the office, do the right thing. And go away what people are saying. People will say it. Where you do it right, people will say it. Where you do it wrong, people will say it. Because already the system is corrupt. So if you want to make the right things, be a dictator. Kebut is wrong. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issue of the riders also maintenance of our vehicles. You need to revisit also the agreement between the health and riders. So the agreement is between the two parties, and we budget huge amount of money just for just for the maintenance package. I could remember that an honorable member who raised that we should cut this, but the minister said no, because there's an agreement over millions of dollars. Honorable Speaker, let's take ownership as Gambian. As you said, Honorable Speaker, the attitude will have to be changed. If we don't do it, nothing will go. There is money in this country, but to handle this money, to implement this money, we cannot do it. We are all, sorry to say it, most of us, we are all naive. Sorry to say it, Honorable Speaker. But if we take the bull by the horn, this country will be developed within 5 years. But we cannot do it because we are weak. Because you don't want people to challenge you, or you don't want people to say this and this and this money. No, take the bull by the horn. This is why I respect the former VP. May he so rest in peace. You are also in the Minister of Education, because when he was there, he made things right. Do things right. If people are not with you, God is with you. And if you are fair that this person is giving to me, if I say the truth or if I act like it, they will sack me. Let them sack you. What are you going to have? You will have it. Whether the person employs you or not, you will get it. Let's do things right, where we will able to develop this country. And I will challenge the minister, prepare to go to Kawo. Or whatever comes here, I will not approve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Salum. I now invite the Honorable Member for Lower Flood West.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for giving me the floor. I'm also a member to this committee. I just want to set the record straight. During our tour, there were no point in time that we were informed that an ambulance is not moving because of fuel. All we were informed, for members that could not understand to make the debate, all what we were informed, the community ambulances, there is a problem regarding the community ambulance. But in the report also, you will not see, and the fuel issue that we are talking here, is that some facility complain that their routine service, there is no adequate, does not mean that there is no fuel. They are talking on inadequacy. Going back onto the report, I just want to throw light on certain things. There is an increasing number of private NGO clinics in the rural Gambia. And I want the minister to take note. What is the reason why this is happening? Every philanthropy or every association want to build a facility, and they cannot maintain this facility, they will give it back to government, and you cannot have the staff. So I think the ministry should come up with a policy to ensure that not every Dick and Harry, not the Serial or the Jola will just get up and want to build a facility that they cannot maintain. I think the minister should look at that very well. And then the other issue is partnership. It's very important for the Ministry of Health to go into partnership. In this partnership, it will help you, because some of these people that are calling them philanthropists, if you have a good partnership with them, I'm sorry, Jimara, if you look at Alunghare Basse Health Facility, you go to another places, less than 3 kilometers, everybody want to have your own health facility. It cannot work. The ministry should come up with good policy to make sure that before somebody build an NGO or association clinic, you must undergo the ministry plan to make whether it is necessary. And also, here I'm concerned about the laboratory service we talked in the report. The labs are available. There are reagents that at certain places we find out that there are the inavailability of reagents. and this is across. And in fact, at certain point, we even met patients where we get their prescription. Yes, there is a high cry of unavailability of drugs. But among all the samples that we collected, most of the drugs that they don't have are called the essential drugs. I'm sorry to mention either ORS or multivitamin. But we will just go, you go to the clinic, we will, after you've been served with the medicine, we will collect your prescription to look at the unavailability of drugs. But to be honest with you, that was not much. So the outcry and the reality on the ground need also to be looked at. And then the issue of community ambulance. I don't know how far, but there was an community ambulance that everyone was cried, especially those at the other side of the river. And then they say it should be a sea ambulance. And then we urge in the ministry, in the report it has been highlighted that let the ministry factor the issue of sea ambulance. It's a key. And then in the report also, we want the minister to look at the community ambulance in the way they were embedded in the system. Riders clearly said it was not passed through them and community must buy fuel. This is where the buy of fuel will come. Because it comes at the time that the ambulance is standing, you have a patient, the only way this patient can go is the use of fuel. And in the community ambulance, there were not good arrangement made from the ministry and riders at any point to ensure that at any given time, that community ambulance is having fuel to take patients where necessary. And notwithstanding, it was just as a member of the committee, I will not dwell much, but I want the minister to factor in partnership like the Holland Foundation in order to build accommodations for staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Flood West. Honorable members, may I now call upon the mover of the motion to respond to issues raised and wind up the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, I think I have to thank Member for Talending and Lower Fuladu for helping me respond to certain issues raised by members during their interventions. I may not go back to those things because they are the same. First, we will deal with Serakunda. We thank you for your intervention, and we cannot agree more with you that this National Assembly is responsible for all the challenges in our health facilities. And the challenges that we highlighted in the report as a result of Ministry of Health not having enough allocation to take care of all the issues that are happening within the health facilities. So the burden comes back to us as members to reprioritize our allocation to see how best we can support the ministry with enough resources to be able to take care of all these issues. That is the National Assembly. Well, other issues as well, opinions, and still National Assembly can look into those things and see how best we can address them. Councillor, you asked why we left other facilities unattended. Perhaps that is not because we were visiting health facilities that were identified by the committee before going. These are health facilities we highlighted during our meetings with the ministry, and then we take note of them. And when we were going, we were not going on constituency basis, we were going on regional basis as well. So one, we go to Regional Health Directorate and we have a meeting with them, and then at least 2 health facilities within the region will be visited. So we were not able to visit all the health facilities at the same time, but we try to pick some of the health facilities that were also accessible because of time, and so that we can visit them. But also our discussion with the Regional Health Directorate will also direct us to the health facility they think is proper for us to visit as well. So in West Coast region, I think Kalaji was visited. That is the only place I remember. I think Kalaji, yeah, we visited Kalaji. But next time we take note of your concern. During our next tour, we will take care of those things. Huh? But no matter what, we cannot exceed the number. Probably not more than 25 health facilities. You cannot visit that within 8 days. It's too much. Countrywide, that is difficult. But we will definitely redouble up and see how best we can adjust that within the West Coast region. You talk about ambulance issues. I think my colleague addressed that already. Nyamina Dankunku, the challenges are the same. And I think member for Kombosal also highlighted the same thing. Yes, at some point I also think about it. I said, during our first meeting at the Regional Health Directorate and the first health facility we visited, if you look at the concerns that they were raised, that they raised, upon our arrival to the next facility, I realized that they are saying the same, they had the same challenges. At some point, I think I told my members, I said, these people are calling each other. Because they know we are on a countrywide tour, so they are calling each other to say this is what we told them. But one thing we need to note, National Assembly is responsible for allocation of resources. And the ministry is responsible for implementation. Now, if you look at two reports here, the report for the Select Committee on Health on their countrywide tour to facilities, and the report of the Minister of Health with the inspection team, if you look at the challenges that these people will raise, will be different. You know why? Because when you go to the facility as National Assembly members, they see us as people who allocate funds. So they tell you every challenge they have. But when the ministry goes, knowing that they have done some implementation with resources that we have allocated to them, you see that the challenges are not the same. You understand? So we take note of that. But what we can do as a committee is all the challenges that they have raised, we will take note of them and present them. Now it's the responsibility of the minister and the ministry to look at the challenges that were highlighted by the directorate or the facilities and see what were done and what are not done. Probably the minister is taking note of that as well. Sami, you also talk about no success in the report. Of course, there are successes. When I was reading the report, I was jumping some of the successes. But during our intervention with most of the facilities, Member for Talinding highlighted that the RBF, there are successes in RBF in most of the facilities. And we take note of that. But we were only concerned with challenges as well so that we can also, can have support for the ministry because we know they have more challenges than, successes within all the facilities that we have visited. So we take note of that as well. And then you talk about allocation as well, reprioritization of allocation. We will deal with that ourselves in the National Assembly when the budget comes again. The referral is also with ambulances. My colleague mentioned about that. Our intervention was, we were talking about community ambulances as well, because we were informed that community ambulances were fueled by communities. We get those complaints. So we were asking the regional health directorates so that they give us information about those things. We were not talking to members of the community with regards to the ambulances, but regional health directorates. So ambulance issue at referral hospital was not a problem, like my colleague said. We did not have that challenge. And you talk about your constituency you have not visited in Karantaba. Like I said, it was not on constituency basis, it was on regional basis. We just pick randomly 2 or 3 in most of the regions and then we visited and proceed. But we take note of your concern. Karantaba is also important, like Fajikunda, so next time we will take it, okay? Combo South, I think I have addressed your case, but you said something very important. I think the minister will take note of that. The MOU between the Minister of Health and Riders for Health, they need to do a review and look at it properly. I mean, to come up with at least something that is suitable for implementation. Brikama Note, thank you for your good words. I mean, I think you have encouraged us. The things that you highlighted in the report, the minister is taking note. Those things I may not be able to respond to. The minister will take note of them, and then when he has time, he will be able to address those things. Joshua, you talk about attitudinal issues. Yes, we are not talking to committee members, but then, I mean, that was out of the report. But the minister will take note. Maybe that happens everywhere. People have attitudes to work, and they do things on their own. But I think as members of parliament, we can still, I mean, we are responsible for legislation, so a lot of things need to be done. You ask about Bundu Maternal Health Center, laboratory issues, and Fajikunda, my colleague, already addressed that. Those we are just concerned they raise, but we know they have laboratories in their facilities as well. Kiang West, you talk about a lot of issues in the report. Challenges and recommendations are different, perhaps in number. That is not a problem, because what happened, what they told us is what we put on the report. We were not looking at the number whether you need to have 10 challenges and 10 recommendations. I mean, it means you have, every challenge must have a recommendation. We were having a general recommendation for all the things that they told us. That is why we say we have a general recommendation, because they were almost similar from all the health facilities. So that is why you can see challenges are more than the recommendation, or recommendation is more than the challenge. But that we take note of that as well. Maybe in our next talk, we will look at it properly and then be able to balance it more. And you talk about whether Fajikunda has only one doctor. Maybe it's an oversight. We were not told they have only one doctor. Yeah, because we found nurses there. The in charge told us that they have only one. In fact, they have a building that was born. I think they had a problem at the health facility at the time we visited the facility. But she told us that they have only one doctor at the time. But maybe the minister can also highlight, maybe by now, situation has changed and he'll be able to address that. You also asked about LRR. Like I said, we went to Jarasoma, the Regional Health Directorate. We could not find anybody, especially the guy responsible for the RD health. So we were not able to go to Kiang. We only visited Quinala on our way coming back to West Coast. Out of our own initiative, we said, because Quinala was doing well with the RBF, so we visited Quinala and then we chat with them. We look at that. In fact, you can see Quinala is not captured in the report, but then in our subsequent report coming, we will be able to capture what we have learned from Quinala and then proceed with it. So Kiang was not captured as a whole, but because we went to the Regional Health Directorate and then we don't meet anybody who will tell us what was happening within the region. So we are not able to, No, it's an excuse, of course, it's because, listen, you cannot go to somebody's meeting.
Honorable member, you don't communicate with people. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to address something. During our tour, we don't want to go to facilities without the knowledge of the regional health directors as well, and which is very important, because once you go there without them, it means, you are doing things on your own. And then when we are going, we go with at least somebody from the regional health director will go with us. So that is it. You ask about Serekunda also, you talk about Serekunda Health Facility, the challenge they have. I think the two challenges, our recommendation we put on the report for KMC to help is as a result of congestion to have access to the health facility. That is for KMC. The rest is the responsibility of the ministry, and I think the ministry will take care of that, like you said. The minister is here. I think he has taken note of what you have said about the facility. We were only putting up recommendations for all the facilities. And like the member said, all the recommendations will be sent to the ministry, and they will take up the challenges to see how best they can address all those things. The lending, you have said the same. Lower Salum, thank you for your intervention. You were out of the report, but those were things that the minister has already taken care of, I think. Lower Flood, thank you. I think that is all I have on my report. If I have not responded to anybody, you can just let me know so that I can deal with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for all Yundum. Let me thank you for ably moving the motion, and of course all those who have contributed. The Honorable Minister will be on hand at a given date to respond to issues raised in your report as per Standing Order 100. Honorable members, I now put the question. Be resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the report of the Select Committee on Health, Disaster, Refugees and Humanitarian Relief Countrywide Tour to Health Facilities 2022. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Once again, I thank you all, and I thank the Honorable Minister for staying with us all this way to listen to your comments as regards his ministry. And to you all, honorable members, those who have contributed and those who have listened, or before contributing, their ideas have been sold out by others. I thank you all for sparing time. I will now put the question. Be resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Wednesday, 15th March 2023. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. This Assembly now stands adjourned until Wednesday, 15th March 2023 at 10 a.m. prompt. Thank you.